Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for December 18th, 2007. Roberta, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Boyd?
Here.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Flynn?
Here.
And Supervisor Parks?
Here. At this time on our agenda is our moment of affirmation, and we're fortunate this morning to have Dr. Christopher Young with the Citizens for Peaceful Resolutions. Good morning, and thank you so much for coming.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Good morning, supervisors and all those here in attendance. My name is Chris Young. I'm pleased to represent Ventura-based Citizens for Peaceful Resolutions in offering today's moment of affirmation. Citizens for Peaceful Resolutions is an inclusive, diverse group of individuals committed to nonviolence and recognizing the interconnectedness of all life on our planet. Our mission is to discover, live, and communicate what is needed to build a just and sustainable, peaceful, global society. This year, we honor the 800th birthday of the acclaimed Persian poet and mystic, Rumi. Rumi's message of universal peace and inclusiveness first took root in Iran, Afghanistan, Turkey, and Syria, and then spread around the world. His poetry has been translated into dozens of languages. In honoring the 800th Rumi year, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization called Rumi an eminent philosopher and mystical poet of Islam whose work and thought remain universally relevant today. Rumi's commitment to nonviolence and justice has been compared to that of Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Jesus, and Buddha. And now, in the spirit of a true moment of affirmation, I would like to read two very short lines from Rumi. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there. In closing, Citizens for Peaceful Resolutions would like to acknowledge and give thanks to our Ventura County Board of Supervisors for having endorsed the Earth Charter. The Earth Charter is a widely recognized global consensus statement on ethics and values for a sustainable future. The Earth Charter seeks to inspire a sense of global interdependence and shared responsibility for the well-being of the human family and the living world. You stepped up and made Ventura the first county in the nation to endorse the Earth Charter. Your visionary leadership lifts our community and our world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time,
I have a card.
thank you, Mr. Carol Dean Williams. You have a moment of affirmation for us also.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to take 5 seconds to affirm your leadership as chair of the board and Mr. Foy's leadership come January. And one moment to affirm. That Joe Howry, the Ventura County Star, Tony Bassotti printed libel on me on December 15th. When I lived in Montana, it was great sport to make fun of Californians. It was easy sport, too, because there were so many stereotypes to choose from. From the vacuum brain surfer dude to the clueless valley girl to the wine-sipping cyber goofy liberal. That's Joe Howry. Here's Tony Bassotti and Alex Wilson printed libel on me on the 15th. Here's, I'm asking for a correction. Mr. Bassett, Mr. Starr, Mr. Joe Howry. I hope I didn't take longer than 5 seconds. Thank you.
That was a great moment of affirmation there.
What was that definition of liberal?
Goofy.
Thank you, Mr. Carol Dean Williams. At this point, Supervisor Foy, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Let's pledge our allegiance to this great country.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
I'd like to request that we go into closed session for just 3 or 4 minutes real quick, make sure we plan our day properly.
Is there any objection to a 3 to 4 minute closed session?
What,
Okay.
What publicly though? How do you identify?
This is part of which closed session item?
See, however it's identified, Council, I asked that.
The appointment of the...
Madam Chair, I believe it's on item 37 that Supervisor Bennett wishes to go into closed
Okay.
session.
Thank you. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Good morning. We're back from our quick closed session to plan our day. The Brown Act prevents us from talking unless we're, have it agendized, and so we had an agendized item, and we'll follow through with the rest of our agenda. The next item is the approval of our minutes. And do I have a motion?
Motion to approve October 2nd minutes.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve, and is there a second to the motion? Okay, Supervisor Flynn, if you would announce, and also all board members, if you will announce your motions and your seconds, that will be helpful, not just hit the touch screen. We all need to know. So we have a motion and a second from Supervisor Flynn to adopt the minutes. And shall we all vote on this? Thank you. See no objections to that? You can see it on the big screen. That motion passes. We'll move on to the next item, which is our agenda review. And Mr. Johnston, you have some changes, suggested changes or recommendations?
Madam Chair, there are one minor and one significant correction. The minor correction is simply under item 20, there's a revised board letter. The letters are substantially the same, but they have reference to different districts. And you received a copy of that.
And so the one that we don't need to hear will be which one?
Well, I don't know if you don't need to hear them, but I think they just need to be the correct letters. I think there are two. The substitute letter is the one that you'll be reviewing. It says revised board.
Okay, so we know that 19 and 20 are identical, except for one says zone.
The supervisorial districts.
Right.
Yeah, should have been District 1.
Okay, so 19 it will be pulled?
I don't know if it's pulled or not. Roberta, is anything pulled, or is it just that there are two separate letters for the same?
There's two separate letters under, one is a special district and one is a county item.
Oh.
Right. So it's just correcting the letter attached to the item. It's not.
The only thing that was actually wrong on it, the letters are identical except for the name of the district that we're voting under, and the supervisorial district on one is correct to say districts 1 and 3, and then item 20 should only reflect the district 1.
Great. Okay, so they both stay on the agenda with that minor change.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then item number 30, I don't know if there's anybody in the audience who's come on that particular item. There was a language problem, and I want to recognize the Beacon Foundation and Lee Quaintance for their work. They caught it. At the end of, it's on page 9 of the ordinance that you'll be hearing, instead of being the second reading, it's the first reading with the corrections made. The language was left in that says or beach area when it relates to restrictions on vessels, and technically and legally that would then apply to surfboards and surfers, and that was never the intention. That has been deleted. That was so the ordinance you
Taking my speech away from me.
well, I'm delighted to be of help. So the term or beach is being deleted from section 6405-8. Just so that people, if they were hanging around because they were concerned that they might be affected by that, they're welcome to comment, but it will maybe save you some time. That will not be in the ordinance.
Okay, and in addition, it will be a first reading, not the second. Thank you. Are there any other requests?
I pushed the button, request to speak.
Okay, thank you. I guess we have two people who want to speak, and I see the first one is Supervisor Foy. This is all electronic now.
Wow.
I'm going to be replaced by machinery.
I remember
How did you determine that?
Because if you look at the screen, it lists people's names by order of how they push the buttons.
I just wanted to make sure I understood the process.
Quick twitch muscles.
Thank you. I had a question in regards to number 38. Supervisor Flynn was bringing a piece on a report. I never saw a report. I didn't know that it wasn't attached to my agenda, and so I didn't understand what we were doing here. If it was just somebody giving us a report, or we have a report. Now this might have been something that I don't know. So I'm just confused. Before my time? Okay, so I didn't have anything to review or to look at. So I don't know what we're going to do here, but it's going to be pretty difficult to if I didn't get to read a report. So are you going to give us a report or something? Or?
There's a letter on the item.
Yeah.
And the letter on the item states that a group of people whom I appointed to a task force are going to give you an oral report.
So it's not a written report?
No, it's an oral report.
Okay, okay. All right, so I was just, there is a written?
Well, there is a written report which they'll hand out, I'm sure, but they're going to give an oral report.
Oh, okay. All right, well, should I read the written report first to have some understanding, or?
Well,
I just want to have an understanding.
It's a group of citizens who came together. I appointed them as a task force to take a look at Channel Islands Harbor, and they've requested to give an oral report to you.
Okay, oh, okay.
It's a group
so
of
it's not something we did as a board or something
No.
like that?
No.
Okay. All right, well, that's fine, I guess. I just like to have some understanding, but they're going to give it to us. And if there's some background for me to have some more understanding, it would be great.
There's a letter there, and they've also, I think, called your office in the past offering to give you a one-to-one report, face-to-face report.
Okay, that answers your question. I don't know if there's any other comments on this one item. It isn't in our packet, I know that, but about a year,
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I
Supervisor
have
Long?
comments on it. I don't know the protocol here since I'm the third in line to speak, but comments to that. I want to speak to it also in the fact that it is a report that was provided to the board offices prior to your arrival, Mr. Foy. And so we've certainly had an opportunity to look through it, or I have. I only speak to myself, for myself. But my concern is that with the filing of the letter, the report wasn't filed for anyone from the public who might want to know what's in the report, what's going to be presented by the Citizens Committee. And I just think that's important for the public to have access to it, too, because it's been a year and a half since the report was issued. So I just think that we would be better served if we continue this item to a future date where the report can be filed with the clerk of the board, and then the supervisor would be able to at least review it. It helps when you're receiving a report from a citizens group who spent time to do all of this work to be able to have at least a understanding of what they're speaking to and the recommendations they're making, and I just think it would be better if we pulled the item and continued it to a future date.
Well, if you have 3 votes, I certainly don't have any control over that, but let me just make a comment, Madam Chair, with your permission.
Sure, you're next in line for speaking.
Am I really?
Yes.
You're kidding. Let me ask on item 30, and then I'll come back to this. Are you saying that this is a first reading now, Mr. Johnson?
It has been, you want to ask Mr. Johnston?
I just want to make
Which,
sure.
are we on, back on the harbor subject?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, right. This will have to be a first reading with the correction. So there'll be another hearing, or a second reading.
That means we still have an opportunity then to perhaps have the hearing, the second hearing in the city of Oxnard, so people have easy access to the.
Certainly that's the choice of your board.
Well, actually, we can't adopt it, and the second hearing is usually the adoption, isn't it all right, Mr. Claybaum? And you have to adopt it in Ventura by...
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm just, you're absolutely right, but a discussion could take place in Oxnard.
Absolutely.
So that you have maximum public comment on this item, maximum understanding of what is coming to this board in the form of an ordinance that affects, like 3,100 voters and other people in the harbor area. So I think maximum public access to the information is important. On the point on the item scheduled for 3:30, the report has been given several times to several groups throughout Ventura County, and including the Taxpayers Association and maybe 20 groups. The report was mailed and given to each of the board members. I thought it was given to you also, Mr. Foy. But I do know that the group tried to meet with you on a one-to-one basis to give the report to you. If the board by 3 votes thinks that the report needs to be distributed, I have no really problem with that. But why can't that be done after the report is given? There's no action required. There's no action. There's no recommendation for any action.
I know it would be helpful, obviously, if the report was available in advance so that the questions that we ask and the understandings that we have can be, further and looked at.
Okay,
But
you know,
that's up to the board
I
unless
have
there's
no
a motion.
problem with that. I
Okay.
just think this, let me say it to the public. It's important when people in the community want to speak to the board and they prepare themselves to do that, that they be heard by the board under their model of making a presentation. Their model is to give an oral report. They will pass out the written report. They will be open to any questions that you may have following, reading, and hearing from them. It's not an action item. It's a time for people to speak out on the harbor who have some serious questions about it.
Thank you. I know we have some more people lined up to speak. Was Supervisor Bennett, did you want to comment?
Yes, I'd like to speak to Supervisor Long. I don't know if that's a motion that you're making in terms of item 33, but I'd like to speak to a second reason why I think, I'm sorry, not item 33, the 330 item, that is item 38, that we're making a reference here. It's scheduled, it says 30 minutes. We have a number of speakers there. I know it will also generate a number of other people to come and speak on it. It's going to be likely be much longer than 30 minutes. And I would offer that we have a lot of important work to do today in closed session with our item 37 about the CEO appointment. That's easily the most important decision that we make here as the Board of Supervisors. I think it just would be inappropriate for us to get ourselves in a situation where we feel like we're getting, we're working productively back there, and we pull ourselves out for this when this is an item that has been out there for a year and a half. There's no reason why we would need to be doing it this afternoon, but we have important work to do on in closed session with regards to our CEO search. And I think that's the most compelling reason why we should postpone this item from this afternoon to a more appropriate time. So if that was a motion, Supervisor Long, I'm seconding it. If it wasn't a motion, I'd make the motion that we remove item 38.
No, I will make the motion because I appreciate Supervisor Flynn's comments, and I agree that the advisory committee who served and did the work a year and a half ago, they've been asking for an opportunity to speak to the board, and I think that's appropriate. But I also think that they are, as an advisory committee, there are many comments and recommendations in that report that I think the general public should have access to through the clerk of the board, so that they may also wish to have comment to it. So I would ask that we continue this item until the next available time that we can, again, time certain, schedule it so that it can be on file with the clerk of the board, and we have a better opportunity for public review and input.
Okay, we have a motion.
Oh, I have to push motion.
And do we have a second to the motion?
Technology.
Thank you.
And I assume that motion says accept the rest of the agenda review modifications from the CEO. So that's
So
all.
we might as well if there weren't any other
Okay,
changes.
and then we
Sure.
can move on
With-
to our
with
next
one
item.
change, yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to accept the agenda as recommended by Mr. Johnston and to continue the item on the harbor from its
Item-
330 item.
Item 38.
Yes.
Okay, would like to ask someone to inform the people who are going to give this report today. They're going to give it at their schedule for 3:30. If you take a look at their backgrounds, they're all pretty expert in what they're talking about. And I consider this kind of an insult to these outstanding citizens. Mr. Foy, I wondered why you didn't have a chance to call me about this item since you had the question.
Supervisor Flynn, we have a motion on the floor. I would just ask
still
that we
speaking
end
to the motion.
debate and go ahead and
No,
move
Madam
forward.
Chair. Point of order. I'm speaking to the motion. I'm going to support the motion because of your concerns expressed here, Mr. Foy. Next time we have concerns, you're not violating the Brown Act, just simply to call me. It would have been a lot easier, I think. It would save time.
Would everyone please vote? Thank you.
My vote was an abstain, I hope it, yeah.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda then is our consent agenda items. These are items numbers 10 through 27. Okay, do we have a second to this motion? I'm not seeing.
Give us a chance.
Okay. Oh, I see. Supervisor Boyce seconded the motion. I know. And I would just like to compliment the Watershed Protection District. I know they had one of the items we're approving involved a lot of coordination among the cities regarding our integrated regional water management program. And it's great to see that coordination and collaboration to make sure we can extend those services. Okay, with that, if everyone would please vote. Thank you.
I want an opportunity to vote on, what are we voting on?
We're voting on the consent agenda items 10 through 27, Supervisor Flynn. Our next item on the agenda then, and that motion passes, is public comments. And I know we have a lot of folks from the public that would like to comment. So our first speaker then will be Pat Morrison, followed by Armando Vasquez. I'm sorry, Roy Morrison.
Thank you for your time, and please forgive me, I forgot my reading glasses. I'm as nervous as can be. I'm with Black Road Auto. We went up in the Cuyama Valley and cleaned up a lot of the farmers' ranches and stuff, and we have a problem up there. If you take a moment and read through this letter, and then on the back second page, there's a letter from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department stating that there was a little boy that cheated death from crawling in the trunk of a car. And that's what we're concerned about here on this property that I've given you all pictures of.
I'm wondering, this, you're discussing an area in Maricopa or in
No, I
Santa
believe
Maria?
the address, if you look at the address up
Okay.
there, it's in Viniacopa, but because there's no mailing facilities there, it comes from Maricopa.
Okay, and my only question is this in Ventura County?
Yes, ma'am.
It is, okay. I know it's not in my district, so I'm just looking at this.
Okay.
It's either mine or Supervisor Bennett, so we'll look into it, absolutely.
And that's
The lines there are,
Yeah, it crosses over, because I had the Ventura County Fire Department
Oh,
go in there
boy.
with me.
It definitely needs to be addressed. There's no doubt about it. This looks like someone's using it for a junkyard for cars.
Yeah, well, see, he so calls it as a museum,
Oh, well.
but that's what he has a license for, and, it's just not right. And the other part is, like, we went to the Forest Service. They've dealt with him before. He's kind of a dangerous person, and, he has cars on their property, and, the rest of us around there was concerned, here we're worried about a fire. There was one there, just a couple of years ago, and, once a fire starts, we just seen what happened up in Santa Barbara County. It takes off, and we all got problems.
Thank you. Thank you. The supervisor who oversees this area will
we will
And
work on it.
Definitely
it's in your
follow up.
district, Supervisor.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
checking out
thank
that
you for
QR.
bringing
Could
that
I
to my attention. Thank
get
you.
a call back from him and
Absolutely. Do you have your card right here?
Yes.
So you will be contacted.
In fact, sir, if you have a moment and could go up to the 4th floor to my office, Supervisor Long's office, and meet with one of my assistants, and we'll get on this.
I sure will, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Our next public comment speaker is Armando Vasquez, followed by Mr. Delgado.
Good morning. The governor has just put out an RFP that basically is going to provide this county with about $500,000 to address the issue of working and providing intervention and real substantive assistance to at-risk youth, troubled youth, and what we easily describe and label as gang kids. I have never personally had a harder year than this year. And everything that I believed and everything that I learned from my father, from my grandfather, from my mother has been questioned by this year. The one thing that is constant is that love never fails. Love never fails. And this is what these young people need. And it's a unconditional love that Father Boyle talks about. It doesn't condition the help. It makes us more responsible. So I've come to you before, the city of Oxnard, or the city council, Mayor Holden, they have 200 jobs available. You guys got money. It's always we don't have money. You're going to have $400,000. You're going to have 1.7 to 2.5 from the regular funding that you get from WIB. This stuff about not providing real jobs because we can't do it is a fallacy. We can. We can also get these young people involved at Oxnard College and Ventura College. And if we do this, we provide them good training. We provide them the opportunity to get educated. All these kids are brilliant. And the ones that aren't brilliant are troubled. And they need love and help. This is an opportunity for this county to step up, provide over 200 jobs for people. And we have the money to do it. The last thing I'll say is that because the pendulum is now swinging toward away from this madness to incarcerate every kid that's out there doing something wrong, has finally swung the other way. And now what you're going to see is all the poverty pimps coming out, because the money is going to start coming out. So please, please manage the money, provide jobs for these young people, and get them into college. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your good work. Mr. Delgado? And I'm sorry, I can't quite read the writing for your first name. If you could give us that too. Oh, I apologize.
And I'm a woman.
Yes. I apologize for that. I couldn't read the first name.
It's Gloria.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm going to address a matter that happened Sunday. My name is Gloria Delgado, and my mailing address is 21757, Oxnard, California, 93034. I have a child that Mr. Vasquez, Armando knows also, that was a victim of a violent crime last year. He was struck down in his 19th birthday, a week after his 19th birthday, in October 2006. The issues I have here with the Board of Supervisors is my son was transferred to Camarillo, Pleasant Valley, St. John's Hospital here. And I have issues regarding Ventura County Medical Center. On Sunday, my son was sent to the emergency room on this Sunday that just passed, and we wanted him to be transferred from St. John's Pleasant Valley Hospital to BCMC. The fact being is that there's 3 issues that has not been done to this young man. And my son does have the insurance proper to provide the services he needs, the surgery he needs. What Ventura County Medical Center has is the doctors that St. John's does not have. So on Sunday, we were trying to transfer him. He was at the ER to VCMC. But we were told by St. John's Hospital in Camarillo that he needed, quote, an attending physician. My problem is that, and I know this for a fact, I know many legal issues regarding medical, civil, and criminal, as well as what is the right. I am the durable power of attorney for this young man, that my son had the right to be transferred from one hospital to another. Now, BCMC does have the technology to deal with scoliosis, MRSA, and another thing called torculitis. Now, my issue is I need to address the board to know what does VCMC, what does the Ventura County Medical Center need from us to transport this young man to one hospital to another.
Thank you.
And this is what my issue was for today to the board. And again, my address is on the blue card and the yellow card. And if you do need my phone number, I could provide both my pager and my cell phone number.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I handed your card to Supervisor Flynn.
I would like Mrs. Delgado for you to meet with Elizabeth, and we'll try to see what can be done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final public comment card is from Carol Dean Williams. Did you want to close off our public speaking for the year of 2007?
It's like Popeye, I've had all I can take. The DA has warned me to keep my mouth shut. But this article by Linda Goldberg this morning is more. The Penal Code Section 19.6 prohibits a public defender from representing at public expense an infraction. Here is an infraction with Greg Totten's name on it, with Linda Goldberg's name on it, and Kenneth Clayman. Here is an infraction that was represented by public funds by the public defender with the DA's full knowledge, knowing it was a crime. This Linda Goldberg, I want to quote her exactly from the court transcript. Here it is. The public defender tells the judge, Your Honor, you know that the public defender cannot represent Mr. Williams because it's an infraction. What does the court say? I don't care about the infraction. I don't care about the penal code. I don't care it's a crime. You're going to represent Mr. Williams. That's what the judge said. Well, here's Miss Goldberg now. Let's read her quote out of the court transcript. Miss Goldberg, I don't assume that it happens automatically, Your Honor. I believe that it's a case of my excusable neglect and my mistake. This is a prosecutor with over 22 years of experience in the DA's office to be corrupt. Let's go a little bit further on Miss Goldberg. Miss Goldberg, just one other matter, Your Honor, the court. I wish you'd have heard the judge's voice. I'm going to try to imitate his voice. Can you wait a minute, please? That's what the judge did. Does the defendant, Williams, have a prior conviction? No, Your Honor. Goldberg, I don't believe he has some arrests, but no convictions. 9 arrests and no convictions. And they want the law upheld? Here's the court. This is why I was in court. The court says, is that a crime to tape record in a public place? This is Miss Goldberg, the dingbat. The dingbat Goldberg. You cannot tape record a confidential communication, and I think that you cannot tape record against someone's will. If I choose not to tape record, you can't record me. What a dingbat! You can tape record openly in any public area. What a dingbat. So, the new year is going to bring us Cohen versus California. Can you tell that I'm hot under the collar? Can you tell that 2008 is going to be a marathon year? Can you tell that the First Amendment is going to be spoken boldly, loudly, against Miss Goldberg and this article in today's paper? Oh, the DA wants offenders to be held accountable. Oh, that's all we want.
Mr. Williams,
Can I summarize?
you have already exceeded your time. And if you'd like to hand documents to the board too, that we can go ahead and look at them too, in addition to putting them
I
on the
would
screen. And we wish you a
I
happy
would be
holiday.
pleased.
We'll hear from you, no doubt, again next year. Our next item on the agenda then, we'll go to our first regular item, and that will be item 39, and this is Department of Airports.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and Mr. Johnston. Chris Hastert, Deputy Director of Airports for the Department of Airports. And we're here to seek approval of our capital improvement plan. This is for federal, excuse me. This is for projects that are federally eligible for grant funding through the Airport Capital Improvement Program. And we're also here to seek approval for the Director of Airports to apply for the federal grants. The reason it's a 6-year capital improvement program this year instead of a 5-year is because we had a meeting with the FAA, and due to the fact that they're operating on a continuing resolution, they're unable to fund our program as we had previously had approved by your board. So we had to do some reorganizing and some prioritizing of our projects. The main difference this year will be that we're getting our entitlement money for Camarillo, which is $150,000. We had hoped to start construction of our additional parallel taxiway, but that'll be postponed for now. In addition, at Oxnard, we'll be postponing the purchase of the 100-foot object-free area parcel along the north side, the purchase of that parcel. It'll be split into a two-year program and hopefully be funded by the FAA in the future. We do have a presentation that is available at your pleasure. It is a lengthy presentation that steps through each year's projects for both airports. I will just summarize. For Camarillo Airport, the entire 6-year plan comes out to slightly over $9 million. And for Oxnard Airport, slightly over $14 million, which is a considerable amount of money, more than normal, and that's due to the property purchases. The Capital Improvement Program was approved unanimously by the Aviation Advisory Commission and both the Oxnard and Camarillo Airport authorities. And with that, that's the staff report, unless you have any questions. And if you wish to see the presentation, I have Don Oshley, our projects manager, here.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Long?
push my button.
Oh, I'll pay attention.
No, that's all right. Just waiting for him. I would move this recommended action. They've done an excellent job with this and full cooperation with the users at the airport. Good investment in this enterprise system, and it's a good capital plan. That's my motion.
Thank you, and I see that Supervisor Flynn and Supervisor Foy have pressed their buttons to speak. Supervisor Flynn, did you want to comment?
Yes, well, more than comment, I'll second the motion and assure the public that the airport authorities, both the Oxnard and Camarillo, who meet together, approve this along with the advisory commission.
Thank you. And Supervisor Foy, did you want to comment?
Yeah, just real quick. I have no problem. So what I wanted to ask, it said the Airport Enterprise Fund, we're going to spend about $300,000 this year and a little over almost $130,000 next year, or 2010 budget. Where does that fund stand right now? Do we have an idea?
I don't have the exact number here, I don't believe. Let me check the board letter.
But I didn't see
But
it.
we're somewhere around the tune of $3 million in the enterprise fund.
Oh, it does. Okay. So it's got a substantial amount of money.
Correct.
Okay. Great. All right. Thanks. That's what I wanted.
And this program is actually 95% funded by the FAA, And at Camarillo Airport, we applied for additional state matching funds. At Oxnard, we're not eligible because it's a commercial service airport. There is a net cost to the enterprise fund. Correct.
Curious about future years where the economy's going, where we're going to have funds, and I want to make sure we don't deplete
Yes,
that.
and all of these projects are brought forward in our normal budget process as well.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. And I noticed that this is to help you apply for grants, but in the next budget process, we'll have a better handle on exactly where we are in that plan.
Correct, and we bring forward the specific projects through the budget process. The problem that we have with the grant funding is that they tell us on a moment's notice how much money is available, and timing is often an issue to get it back to the board.
Okay, thank you. As I understand, we do have a motion from Supervisor Long and a second from Supervisor Bennett. Could we all please vote? I think whoever pushes the button wins over who makes the motion orally, because we're electronic now. Get that button pushed. Okay. I feel like Alex Trebek. Okay, but what I'm waiting for now is everyone to push their yes buttons. Mr. Bennett, would you push yours or push your no button? Don't want to influence you. Okay, we do have a majority unanimous vote for that. Thank you. We have a few minutes before public comments, and what I'd like to do is I skipped over board comments, so we'll go ahead and try to go through our board comments in a quick fashion and get on to our 9:30 time certain. So Supervisor Flynn, would you like to begin with your board comments?
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to turn in memory of the people on this list, which I'll submit to the board, to the clerk rather, and do have some comments about the hearing for 3:30. Elizabeth, who was in the room here, just informed me, she works in my office, Elizabeth Montijo, informed me that the task force submitted the report to the clerk of the board, Johnny Johnston. Elizabeth reported that. The other thing she reported, again, to confirm what I said, Jerry Knotts, one of the task force members, just called my office and said that he asked you for a one-on-one meeting, Mr. Foy. Yeah, and he never heard anything in response. So I just want to make sure that's part of the public record. Secondly, I requested time after the 11 a.m. hearing, which is number 34. If you read that, it's about granting funds to the museum at the CB base. And I requested time right after that. I was informed by the chair of the board that she wanted to go into a closed session immediately after that. If we were to have the meeting, it could well have been at, say, 11:10 or 11:15 to 12 o'clock. And that's when we're supposed to go into closed session. It's on the agenda. That would have given sufficient time for this task force to give the report. But I suddenly find out it's scheduled for 3:30 in the afternoon. One of the responsibilities of chair of the board is to try to accommodate members of the board. I was trying to accommodate the people who are going to give this report. So I want to repeat for the public record. The report was given to the clerk of the board. The clerk of the board is Johnny Johnson. The deputy clerk is sitting right in front of you, Roberta. She's the deputy to the CEO, deputy to the clerk of the board. So I wanted to make sure the public understands that I did everything possible to try to get this on the board in an appropriate manner. What we need to think about here very carefully is that this board is using this platform here as a way to oppose me in the next election. This is an example of it. It's gone on for about 4 years now. So I want the public to know that. This was definitely to do that. It was to show, hey, John Flynn can't even get 3 votes. You may smile, Mr. Johnson. It's not a smileable issue. So I asked the news media here to report that, what I said, exactly what I said. But again, this is a slap at the public, a slap at the people we represent when you have a group of people that want to come and talk about something. That ends my comment.
Mr. Johnston, did you want to comment?
Yes, in support of Mr. Flynn's desire to be sure the public is completely informed on the subject. I'm not sure what your source is as far as giving me a report as clerk of the board, but Roberta, did you receive anything this week? I did not.
No, I did not.
The report that is in question is a report that's been around for over a year, and there were copies circulated a year ago, but not submitted to me as the clerk of the board. I would support the supervisor's contention that he's done everything he could to put this on the agenda. We did everything we could to accommodate that, but when these issues come up a day before the agenda closes and other items are already scheduled, then it's a question of which items one accommodates. The matter was put on the agenda even after Supervisor Flynn was advised that it most likely would be 3:30 in the afternoon. So I'm not quite sure what the urgency is on the 18th of December to do this, any more than the request last week to move the entire board meeting today to Oxnard. But there are certain logistical complications in trying to run the meeting in a way that the public is fully notified as where your board is meeting and what subjects they will be discussing, and that can't be done at the last minute before the agendas close or 2 days before the movement of a meeting to a different location. And as the county council has pointed out, some issues cannot be acted on any place except at the county seat. So be happy to work with Supervisor Flynn in trying to smooth this out, but there certainly was no desire on anybody's part in our office to use this as a platform in any way to affect your upcoming election.
We'll continue with our board comments. Supervisor Bennett and then Supervisor Foy.
Thank you very much.
What I would ask is let's all the board make their comments, and then we'll go back to you if you'd like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could. Madam Chair, do I have the floor?
No, Mr. Johnston isn't. I would let's move forward. Good point, Supervisor Flynn. Mr. Bennett.
I have 2 very sad things to report right here with the holiday season, and one is the loss of Deborah Quinn. That's the wife of Neil Quinn, longtime public defender, retired from the public defender's office for us, but she tragically died in a traffic accident on Highway 33. She was an active teacher at the Ventura Unified School District, Sheridan Way Elementary School, 20 years there. Her service Sunday may have been the most appropriate and moving funeral service I've been to in my life. What a loss for all of us in this community. Should any of us be fortunate enough to live our life half as successfully as Deborah Quinn, I think we'd all be honored if we were able to pull that off. There's not much we can do about that sad piece of news, but I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of Deborah Quinn and the other people on this list. The other sad news is something that we can all do something about, and the sad news is that for the first time in many years, the donations to our Children's Service Auxiliary for the children's toys for this Christmas, for the first time in many years, have dropped dramatically, both the cash donations and the actual toys that have come in. We suspect that it is the beginning of the recession that is long heralded out there, and as a result of the downturn in the housing market, et cetera. But the bottom line is a 5-year-old kid doesn't understand a recession. A 5-year-old kid understands that it's Christmas and whether they're going to have something or not. For the first time, they have had to dramatically curtail how many groups are able to come and pick up gifts, etc., because of this. And so what I'm making is a last-minute appeal 1 week before Christmas For anybody who is interested in doing this, if you've been putting it off or if you've been on the fence about whether to do this, we need new unwrapped gifts. You don't have to wrap the gifts. We need new unwrapped gifts, art supplies, basketballs, books, CDs, board games, bikes, bike helmets, construction toys, Legos, wagons, tricycles. And if you drop those things off at the county fire stations in any of the cities, in the cities of Ventura and Oxnard, if you could just drop those things off. If you don't have time to shop, you can also just make a tax-deductible contribution to the Children's Services Auxiliary, and that's at 4245 Market Street, Suite 204, 93003 here in Ventura. I'll read that one more time. Children's Services Auxiliary, 4245 Market Street, Suite 204, 93003 here in the city of Ventura. Just like to encourage everybody to try to reach out as much as they possibly can for these children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Foy?
Have great holidays, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo those comments that Supervisor Bennett had said. We know in our own toy drive we were shooting for 20,000 toys. We hopefully are going to get there, but it's been a struggle. We've had to cut back on some because it's been very difficult to raise money and to get people to give. Yeah, I think you're right. The economic, even if they're not hurting, they're feeling it, and I think it's true. A kid doesn't understand that.
And good for you for coordinating your effort down.
Well, thank you, but it's true. I'd like to adjourn in memory of two of these people here on my list. Both of these are war heroes. One of these people served in the Far East Theater, World War II, and is part of the Flying Tigers. And it's always tough to see these long-term heroes go. Talking about things for people, though, it was great to see that we had 1,100 packages for troops from volunteers in Simi Valley were sent. We saw Area Scout troops round up tons of gifts and things for, and a lot of service clubs in the East Valley to send out to troops. It was great, CDs and things that they need. And again, kids struggle, and we also have troops in foreign countries that are going to miss the holidays here with their families, and that's always tough. The other thing was interesting, as you read the front of the newspaper, we saw that our assembly passed a bill, and our governor passed a bill, a universal health care bill. I personally believe it's the most irresponsible thing I've seen, in the sense that we're looking at a $14.5 billion deficit, and at the same time, we want to propose a $14 to $28 billion tax on this economy. It's crazy, and as Supervisor Bennett said, we're starting to see this recession start to happen. We're also using some of the smoke and mirrors of asking, I think the federal government's supposed to put $4.5 billion in. Well, we know that's most likely not going to happen. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's interesting, as most people would say, before it comes from the Republican Party, I think it's the Democrat out of the Senate who's pretty much being reasonable here and saying, hold it, we're not even going to look at this thing until we have an understanding of what's going on with this deficit and how it's going to affect the state. So it's glad to see that he's holding off any kind of votes on this, and I'm not sure where the governor's coming from on this, but we have gone from, quote, a $4 billion surplus to a $14.5 billion deficit. I think this deficit only showed $10 billion a few weeks ago, and there's words up there and rumors that this thing could be $20 billion here in the next month. So I just think it's irresponsible for people to be doing that. Those are my comments, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Good news.
Thank you. Supervisor Long?
I won't end my comments on that news. Good morning. I too have a list to submit to adjourn in memory, and one I will call out specifically, known to many of us in this community, and that's the passing of Al Urias. Al is an ex-Santa Paula councilman. He served, in fact, for 20 years, was mayor 5 times. He is the father-in-law of Jesse Ornelas and the father of Christina Urias, and Al was just one of those good grassroots caring representatives for the Santa Paula community. He always saw people at face value and cared about them and carried their issues and worked on their issues. He grew up in Santa Paula, served as a policeman with the Ventura Police Department, where he rose to the rank of lieutenant. As I said, he served as mayor 5 times, and just a genuinely nice man. He loved his community. and they loved him, and he will sorely be missed. And I too have a request. This is the giving time of the year, where we're all asked to reach a little deeper to help others who are less fortunate, and one of those is with the Food Share annual holiday Christmas challenge food drive, which runs until December 24th. They've collected 70,000 pounds of the goal of 175,000 pounds, so as you see, they're well under what they normally collect to feed hundreds of people in our county. The local Vaughn's Market and Albertsons Market are places you can purchase and donate food there. You can certainly take it to the food banks in your town, but they're in dire need of having food to feed, again, hundreds of families throughout our county. Their numbers are down, so those of you who can do so, it would be most welcome. Additionally, our rain project, I was out there the other day, they are full, and they have families and lots of children that need socks and slippers and underwear and robes and pajamas for all ages. So if you can do so, please support the rain project with donations, and they can also be dropped off at the Ventura County Fire Department Station 50 on Las Posas, and they will get them out to the rain shelter. And then on a high note, much of what we do really makes a difference 10, 20 years from now. So I want you to think about this. A set of twins was born at Santa Paula Hospital, girls, the first set, and they were born November 29th. Natalie and Marlene. A week later, a set of boys were born. That's who we do our work for. Twins at Santa Paula. Thank you.
Thank you. I was very pleased to go on a tour yesterday of our Hillmount IPU, and this is a place where people with mental illness crises in the county sometimes end up. And it was very eye-opening, but just further confirmation about what an incredibly good healthcare system we have at the County of Ventura. And we look at these times when we have homeless people, people in financial crisis and mentally ill and health crisis. And when people come to the county and are able to get the kind of service that they get here, I think that says a lot. We, as a society, obviously have to partner each individual with nonprofits and trying to help others. But it's also nice to know that our county also has such exemplary services. I think you don't see as good as services in the private industry. And so it's nice to see our people doing so good and our facilities doing so well. I also would ask that we close in honor of the people on this list. It's been a good year, really, for the county, particularly compared to the previous year when we were having trouble with finances. This year, I really think we righted our ship. We've increased our reserves. We've put ourselves in a good financial situation, better, I'll just say better, not necessarily good, but certainly better than we were, and I think more able to handle what we see coming down the line from the state, as Supervisor Foy was mentioning, with billions of dollars in deficit. That usually means they try to and come into the counties and take the funds that we have that we're using for these programs for people in need. So we have a lot of challenges ahead next year. I just also want to comment, I know we're going to have the changing of the gavel, and that's probably the more appropriate place at the next meeting, but it has been challenging here on the Board of Supervisors too, and I think that we have really been able to muster the troops and do well, so I'm just real happy with the year ending here at the Board of Supervisors in the County of Ventura. I do wish, obviously, the best to those who can't be with their families, the troops, and as well as those who are having hard times in this season of giving. So we all, as you say, need to reach a little deeper. With that concludes our board comments, and we'll go ahead and go to our... yes, Mr. Johnston, you wanted to make an announcement? You
know, it isn't often these days we're getting any good news, but I do have a report that we just received from our legislative advocate out of Washington and our local legislative advocate, Sue Hughes, who I'd like to commend. The good news is that the federal government apparently has approved a grant to the Sheriff's Office for DNA services for $195,000, the Probation Department for $234,000 for Juvenile Wellness Program, the Santa Clara River Watershed, almost $250,000, $800,000 for the Matilaha Dam issue, and I think Supervisor Flynn will be pleased to learn that El Rio is on our list. And Sue, thank you for doing what the board and Supervisor Flynn asked for, $1 million to help out the El Rio sewer project. Our compliments. That's a nice Christmas present from the feds.
And I do see that there are a couple requests to speak. Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Floyd, did you both want to add on to this discussion?
I just wanted to add on real quick. So many things that we do that are really, both issues and processes that are real challenging. And I think that little piece of good news that Supervisor Long put in about the two twins was exactly what we needed to hear on our last day meeting in 2007. So thanks for sharing that with us. That is what it's all about.
And Supervisor Floyd, you had
Yeah,
another
my
one?
original comments, I will comment on the CEO's notes, but I just wanted to say thank you to you, my first year on the board, and I appreciate your leadership, and I learned a lot, and I thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to be here and to work with you also. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, and I really look forward to next year and you being chair.
I don't know. I think I'll get carpal tunnel signing all those documents, but it's also other good news. CEO talked about that money, and I know that Supervisor Flynn has been looking for a lot of money for El Rio, and it's just great, Sue, all your hard work to find that money and to help those people. As we said, I think every $1 million makes a big difference in what those people pay for their sewer coverage. So thank you for all your hard work.
All right, with that, then we'll go to our 9:30 time certains. And the first one is item 28, and this is a resolution that Supervisor Bennett will be doing, I believe.
Thank you very much. I believe that Jim Harrison and Nan Drake are here. Jim and Nan, could you guys come on down, please, so that you can be properly recognized? And we read these resolutions frequently, and a lot of times I'm not real fired up about the resolutions. They're kind of dry. I would offer to you this is not a dry resolution, so you might just enjoy listening to a resolution about a remarkable organization, and that's the Harrison's Industry, such a credible and competent the trash hauler representing much of western Ventura County, having their 75th anniversary of service. So anyway, here's the story. I think it's a great story. Honoring the Harrison Industry upon their 75th anniversary is this resolution of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. Whereas founder Elmo Harrison was born March 1, 1909 on a Bancroft, Idaho farm to Ralph and Dorothy Harrison. Elmo adopted the initials EJ, even though the J never stood for anything. He just liked the initials. At age 18, with $70 in his pocket, EJ set off to live with his sister and brother-in-law in Van Nuys. When his sister and brother-in-law moved to Ventura, he moved with them. And whereas in 1930 he met Myra Velarde at a carnival at Seaside Park. And, this is a classic, right? The Seaside Park Carnival, right? And 6 months later, the couple was married. They eventually had 4 children, Janet, Ralph, Jim, and Myron. The years were long and difficult during the Depression, but the family got by on hard work and ingenuity. The tough times ultimately led to business success beyond their wildest dreams. Whereas in those days, people were required to take their trash to the city dump on their own, right? And they did so irregularly. So in 1932, E.J. Harrison fashioned a truck from several car bodies and offered to haul his neighbor's trash to the city dump for 75 cents a load. Harrison's young wife, Myra, helped with the books. The business was an instant success, and Harrison Industries was born. 75 years later, Myra Harrison remains with the company as founder. Unfortunately, E.J. passed away in 1991. Her oldest son, Ralph, is president, while her other sons, Jim and Myron, serve as vice presidents. Much has changed since 1932, where they had that first truck fashioned from car parts. But Harrison Industries has kept up with the times and has thrived over the years by offering superior customer service and reasonable rates, and by being on the forefront of the recycling movement in the state. Harrison is celebrating its 75th anniversary this year as one of the oldest and largest privately owned trash collection businesses in the United States. It serves about 80,000 customers in Ventura, Camarillo, Fillmore, Ojai, Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks, and surrounding unincorporated areas of Ventura County with residential, commercial, and industrial service. The company also services Carpinteria in Santa Barbara counties. In 1989, the company founded, and this is the remarkable, I think, real leadership of Harrison Industries. They founded Gold Coast Recycling to ensure it would be able to deal with all the rigorous recycling requirements that were going to be legislated. Sure enough, in 1990, Assembly Bill 939 passed, requiring all cities and counties to reduce the amount they sent to the landfills by 50%. Aside from the fact that all customers are provided with the opportunity to recycle over 17 different materials, Harrison also collects green waste materials and takes them to California Wood Recycling. In addition, Harrison Industries has taken several steps towards reducing air pollution by opening the first liquefied natural gas fueling station in western Ventura County and converting a significant number of diesel trucks in its fleet onto the cleaner burning LNG, aside from 15 newly added, fully dedicated LNG trucks to the fleet. It was a great day when you dedicated that state-of-the-art facility. The facility was so state-of-the-art that the permitters went, we really don't know what kind of rules and regulations we have to have for this. It was cutting edge at that time. Harrison Industries has received many awards for their environmental efforts along their 75 years in business. In 2005, Harrison Industries was one of 5 recipients nationwide of the prestigious Blue Sky Award presented by CalSTART. In 2006, they were singled out by the California Air Resources Board for being one of 20 refuse companies statewide to be ahead of schedule in meeting stricter clean air regulations for its trash and recycling collection. In 2007, Harrison Industries was honored for having the state's outstanding recycling program for 2007 by the California Resource Recovery Association. So it really is with great pleasure for me to say, now therefore be it resolved, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring and congratulating Harrison Industries upon their 75th anniversary and thanking them for their continued environmental efforts in Ventura County and beyond. I'd like to bring this down and present this to you and ask you for some sage advice that whatever you guys have learned from 75 years of experience, it'll be good for us to hear this day. Thank you.
We believe the best is yet to come. Clean air is an issue that we all need to be aware of, and it's just beginning. We need to look beyond how we run our trucks, and we need to look at how we deal with fueling them and how we can create energy. And that will be our next step, really, is to going into the future and trying to make sure that this community is sustainable. And I just want to say one other thing, Supervisor Bennett, and that's, it's all about partnerships, and this is kind of a gift exchange because at our 75th anniversary celebration, we gave the county a plaque thanking them for their efforts to make the programs work. We can initiate programs for our residents and business to recycle, but it really takes teamwork and education to be able to do the outreach that's necessary. So the county and the cities of Ventura County all deserve the same kind of recognition that we have been very fortunate to receive in 2007, because Ventura County is way ahead of the curve. If you go to state meetings, people are still wondering how to recycle condominiums and apartments, and we've been doing it for 5 years. They're still wondering how to get business to recycle, and we've been doing that successfully also. So it's because of all of you. We really appreciate, again, your support and the energy that you all put forward to make sure the environment is protected. I didn't want to take Jim's thunder. You want to say something, Jim?
She said more than enough. I think we're very happy to live in Ventura County. It's a very beautiful place. And like she said, the citizens, elected people, everyone, we're very appreciative of your support. So 2008 is going to be a banner year, and we're looking forward to starting it. Thank you.
Supervisor Flynn, did you want to comment?
I'd like just to say a couple of words. I've known you for a long time. I think maybe Mr. Bennett said this, but there's a street in Ventura, the city of Ventura, Harrison Street, and that must mean something. It's on the avenue, and I want to commend you for the fine work that you do, and also the community participation. I remember talking with Jim, his participation with Boy Scouts and other types of activities. So we really thank you for that service.
And Supervisor Long?
Madam Chair, thank you. Outstanding work, outstanding corporate philosophy, and your engagement in the community, and many gifts and giving and participation just enriches all of us, and we thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Foy?
I just excited. It's always great to see even this board recognize great community leaders in your business and what you do. And I think it's important that what you do is you provide jobs, you provide a service to this county, and you care about the county at the same time. So thanks so much.
Thank you. And we do also appreciate very much the environmental efforts you make. Sometimes it comes in places you don't expect, and we really appreciate the work you do on that. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I know we have a lot of people in the audience that are here for a particular item. I believe it's item 46, and this is on the Star Cola. So I would like to go to that at this time, and then we'll go back to our other time certain items. But those are dealing mostly with our staff members making presentations. So at this point, I'm going to call item 46. This is approval of the County Executive Office's response to the Board of Retirement regarding the use of available or excess earning for supplemental benefits. And our staff person on this is hopefully available.
Mr. Dursey is the expert, but taking it out of order, he's not here, so I'd be happy to,
If you can do the introduction, I think Mr. Dursey probably will be coming shortly.
Well,
and I would just say it. Right now I have 4 cards. I know there, if you would like to speak on this item, we ask that you put in a blue public comment card. And I know that we have a few. I didn't mention, though, I believe Supervisor Susan Lacey is here, our former supervisor. And I just wanted to recognize you. Welcome to the board chambers. And with that, Mr. Johnston.
Okay, this item's before you, and a request that came from our Board of Retirement asking for the county's position on the matter regarding the use of excess earnings. And so it was referred to, or it was addressed to my office, but rather than me being the one to respond, I thought that your board should have the report and determine what kind of response you want to make. We prepared a draft letter that kind of creates a I don't like to call it a half measure, but it's something that maybe will meet everybody's requirements in the short term and still allow the issue to be continue to be discussed. What it really involves is that under the law there is the opportunity when there are excess earnings within a retirement fund to grant what they call supplementary benefits. They're not necessarily vested, but it's a way to redistribute the money, the excess funds, back to the benefit of the membership. The issue that the retirement board and your board is faced with is that there is kind of a legal or a should we call it an accounting definition of excess earnings, but to the average person that means that's money above and beyond the requirements of the fund. And so in this case we have the possibility of excess earnings while we have a deficit, an ongoing actuarial deficit in the fund of several $100 million. And so if you read the letter that we have proposed you send back to the retirement board, it basically questions how we go about that. I think that's something that can be discussed for a future policy decision. But one of the things that your board concurred in was to set aside some money several years ago that was being used for a supplementary benefit of $27.50. And that was at some point would go away as far when the money ran out. But the money is still there. There's some $20 million, and so the suggestion is that your board might be in support if the Board of Retirement wishes to do so, rather than to try to. Well, this is my term, not very diplomatic, but rather than to contrive an excess earnings number in order to be able to continue the Star Cola, that the funds be set aside or transferred out of the $20 million set aside, allowing both the Star Cola to continue as well as the $27.50 for possibly another, 3 to 5 years, allowing your board and the retirement board to take another look and see where we are at that time and then reevaluate the question. A Star Cola, for those in the audience who aren't familiar with it, is a supplementary benefit that was set up some years ago to help lessen the impact of inflation on the purchasing power of pensions. And those folks who retired back in the early 80s, when there was some fairly avaricious inflation going on, saw their purchasing power eroded. And this is, I believe, and Paul can give it a more technical explanation, but fundamentally it is for those back in that period under what is known as the Tier 1 benefit, our pension system, when their purchasing power dropped below 80% of what it was, they became eligible for a supplementary payment to bring it back up to the 80% level. So that's kind of what is at stake, because come February, the funding for that particular supplement will go away or will run out. And if something isn't done to offset that, then the benefit drops off. And I think if I'm looking at the audience, there are probably a number of people here who'd like to tell you what they think that means. But Paul, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you, morning, board members, Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. I think the only other issue that unless you touched on it already when I was running downstairs, but the issue of the fact that the Tier 2 people do not have a COLA at all.
Right, yeah.
And the fact that they are not eligible for a Star Cola because they do not have a COLA. So I think that's an issue that we need to make sure that is brought to light also.
Okay, I didn't mention that. What Paul's referring to is that in 1979, the board actually implemented in Ventura County what is known as the Richmond, substantially what is involved in the Richmond initiative for revising pensions in public pensions in California to make them more in line with private sector and to be sure that they're able to be funded in the future. And that is called Tier 2. Under the law, the only people eligible for the Star Cola are the Tier 1 and safety. Is that right? So there's kind of an inherent inequity just because of the definitions. But in order to allow for more time, we've suggested a possible alternative to simply allowing the supplements to run out.
Thank you. And for those who aren't knowledgeable of these acronyms, Star Cola isn't something like Pepsi or Coke. It's the COLA is the cost of living adjustment, and
Yes,
Star is the supplemental.
It's a supplemental cost of living adjustment, basically. It's in addition to their regular cost of living adjustment, if they lose in excess of 20% of their earning power, they get an additional COLA.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Long.
I have a question for Mr. Dursey. I'd like you to explain a little more the employer contra reserve component in the letter provided by them.
This is where you get into the accounting issue from the retirement standpoint. The way the retirement actually books their reserves, they have a number of reserves that they have in their balance sheet. This is all accounting. It's different than actuarial. So it's accounting issues. And they, if they're short, if they don't have enough of the earnings for that particular year, they apply it against what they call a contra reserve, a contra county reserve. So it reduces basically the county advanced reserve that the county contribution goes to, and reduces that to apply to what they are required to post
in earnings, in interest earnings for that year. So what they have right now is, I think it's a $90 million contra reserve right now that is, it's basically a negative amount that applies against the county advance reserve. So the county advance reserve is lower than what it would be otherwise because of that contra reserve. So we question whether or not they have the authority to grant, if there's excess earnings when they have a negative a contra reserve. So that's where the whole issue of the accounting issue versus the actuarial funding issues. Fundamentally, you have, I have a little cheat sheet here. How does this work, Roberta?
Numbers he can do, technology.
Yep. This will just show, if I can get it up here, how the actuarial process, the overall actuarial numbers, how they work regarding setting aside numbers from the actuarial value of assets. And that's the actuarial side. The accounting side, which is based on the government code, and it goes back to 1937, so it has some old These numbers right here are off of the 2006 actuarial valuation. We don't have the 2007 actuarial valuation yet. However, if you notice that, again, technology, if I can point it. Okay, there it is. This first number up here is the total actuarial value of assets. And that's what our actuary determines as being the assets available to pay benefits. And that's a smooth number, and they go through their actuarial process to come up with that number. Actuarial liability, $2.9 billion. That's what if we quit doing business today, we would owe all the people that are currently in the system $2.9 billion. Unfortunately, we only have $2.4 billion. Therefore, our UAL, our unamortized actuarial accrued liability, at that point in time is $481 million, which is roughly almost $500 million. This is our employer contribution to amortize that $48 million. We estimated about roughly 10% of the amount of the UAL is what we have to contribute to make up the difference in that UAL. This scenario is what's currently happening right now. In the current year, we are contributing $46 million to amortize that UAL.
Each year.
Going forward, that's correct.
In addition to normal costs.
In addition to normal costs, which depends on the tier, the employees and that type of thing. That's in addition to that. So we're well in excess of 100. Our budget is about $136 million for retirement contribution, which includes the employer contribution, which is roughly in the $100 to $110 million range, and then the employer pickup of the employee contribution, which is another $30 to $35 million. This scenario here, if you notice this, we mentioned that they are excluding, under this scenario number one, they, being the retirement board, is excluding from the actuarial value of assets $25 million. Okay, that's a pretty simple term. Mr. Johnson pointed out that they're excluding the $25 million for this $27.50 additional benefit that they're providing. Okay, if they added the $25 million back into the actuarial value of assets, which is this line here, I just added $25 million right here. See that $2.4 billion up to $2.455 billion, just $25 million more, because they are excluding right now from the actuarial value of assets $25 million. I just added it back into the actuarial value of assets. Actuarial liability stays the exact same. The UAL goes down by $25 million. And therefore, the county contribution goes down by roughly $2.4 billion. In our board letter, we said 2.5 because, in general, like I said, we round off to about 10% of the exclusion, or the amortization at a 10%, rough 10% level. In other words, because they, the retirement board, have excluded $25 million for additional benefits for retirees, the county has to contribute $2.4 million additional contribution to make up for that exclusion.
Every year.
Every year. Now, in answer to Supervisor Long's question, these are the actuarial numbers. The accounting numbers on their accounting books is where they come up with what they can exclude from the actuarial value of assets. If they have excess earnings on their books, which is caused by actual turning of the investments, if they have actual earnings in excess of what they need to distribute in interest for the year, they can use that to provide certain supplemental benefits. They, being again the retirement board, has that authority under the code to issue those supplemental benefits if they have what's considered to be excess earnings. Under our scenario, we don't believe there's such thing as real excess earnings, because when you're a $500 million underfunded, there's no excess. And from the accounting standpoint, they do have some excess earnings, and that's where it comes back to. And their excess earnings are, I don't know the exact number, but our approach is that they don't have any excess earnings until they eliminate the negative contra account. And that's what I think was our point in the board letter, that until they eliminate the contra account, even bookkeeping-wise, they wouldn't have any excess earnings.
I know Supervisor Foy has
a long
question
answer,
too.
but I appreciate the opportunity at least. And I'm not a Paul Angelo up here, because he's been in here before and made the presentation on how this whole thing works. I try to put in a real nutshell of how, if we exclude assets from our actuarial value of assets, which the undistributed earnings can be excluded. It's a retirement board decision whether or not they include it or exclude it. And right now they're in that discussion, and they have requested our office, along with your board, to give some input into how they account for that from their actuarial standpoint.
And after Supervisor Foy, I know Supervisor Flynn also has his button, and Mr. Johnston after that.
Can you give me a definition of excess earnings?
The excess earning it's on their income statement and balance sheet.
Right, but I mean, get the excess. Basically, it comes because we project a target amount of interest return, right? Or a return on the pension plan?
Well, it has really nothing to do with that. It has more to do with the investments you actually buy and sell. It's the actual gain or loss on your investments put into a fund, put into an account, and then you pay the interest, the 8% interest, to all the other accounts out of that account, out of that earnings account, and the remainder is what's considered excess.
And so what it means is our administrator, Tim Thonis, did a really good job and the board picking the right managers, and did a great job, and they had greater returns than that 8%, right?
Well, you can have excess earnings and have a negative return. And see, this is where it gets into
I guess what I'm trying to say is that with the excess side of it, they call the word excess. The idea is that we have a liability to all these retirees out there. We made a promise to them that we are going to pay a pension to them, and we're going to guarantee when they hit 50, 60, 70, 80, 120 years old, that our goal is that, hopefully some will live to be 120, our goal is that we will have money in this pension to pay these people. And what's happening when we say we have this excess earnings, we're pulling money out of that pension program and not putting all the money that we earned into that pension program, and we take a risk that if something happens and we don't have enough money, that what happens? The county then has to continue to contribute. As you showed us here, we've got $2.5 million additional because they're pulling this money out, that the county is now contributing to make up for that money that's been pulled out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so we're taking $2.5 million, which means we're taking a sheriff off the street, we're taking an extra DA, we're taking somebody out where that money could be going to someplace else, and we're taking that out. And we're taking a risk that if something happens to the market, that we may not be able to make those promises to those people, that when that person's 90 years old, that we may not be able to pay them because we've taken this money out. And so I want to make sure that we understand excess. It's just really, it's all earnings. It's all money that was made to be in this part of this pension program to fulfill the promises that we have said that we will keep to these people, correct?
That's correct, and that's what the actuarial liability is. If you look at it from that standpoint, when it comes down to just the raw numbers, our actuarial value of assets is about $2.4 billion, and our liabilities are $2.9 billion.
Right. And at the other side of this too is that when these people were working, we made a contract with them to give them so much benefit, correct?
That's correct.
And then this other benefit is going above and beyond what we had contracted and they agreed to.
That's correct.
And so what we're saying is we're taking away we're losing stability in this plan to a point because we're taking excess money out of it that we earned to make that promise to give them something that we didn't even contract with because we have a little, what we call this excess earnings, we're going to pay them something additional that we didn't contract with. And again, this is not paid to everybody equally. This is a discriminatory type program. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I think one of our concerns is that technically not your board that is providing this benefit.
Right. But on the other side, right, this board here that's elected and has to come up with the extra $2.5 million every year to help pay, this door only swings one way. When we have the money, we give it to the people. But if for some reason we don't have the money, they don't give us back any additional money. But the board has to continue to come up and cut other programs, maybe lay employees off in order to because we gave this money away because we don't have those funds that are left in that plan. Correct?
I think eventually it comes out of the bottom line for the county. If the county is making additional contributions, the county has to make decisions on where that money is coming from.
Right.
There's no doubt.
And we just heard yesterday the White House said that this country has given $45 trillion in benefits that we cannot pay. And what we're doing additionally here, we're trying to make promises that we're going to pay to people, and we're taking this money out that could pay. Tim Thonis and I went through this thing, and he gave me some scenarios to understand something, but it was interesting. You take $10 or $20 million over a period of 30 or 40 years, you're talking $100 million when you compound what that money would be worth 30 or 40 years from now. It's a lot of money to help pay this, to guarantee. My hardest part with this is we are supposed to guarantee these people this pension. And the only way we can do that is make sure we have money set aside for them. The worst thing we can do to somebody at 80 or 90 years old and say, sorry, we can't afford to do that. And if we're in that, well, the state will step in. We see a $14 billion deficit. The state's not going to be able to step in to do this. So, well, thanks. Thanks for that understanding.
Just
Supervisor Flynn and then Mr. Johnston.
the excess earnings at one time were called, correct me if I'm wrong, we have the retirement people here, were called undistributed earnings?
Yes, I think we kind of use the same terminology.
When did the language change then?
That I couldn't tell. I'm not sure exactly how it's in the code. We use the term excess.
You know, the public and the retirees look at the wording, undistributed earnings and excess earnings, and they're a part of the retirement system. The county is a part of the retirement system, or the people. And then the workers that we have, employees that we have working today are part of the retirement system. So the people, we're supposed to represent the people, retirees, and the active employees. All three are part of this system. The assumption rate is how much now?
8%.
8%. And if, with permission of the chair, may I ask, what is the fund earned in the last year or so? 17.2%. So we're way above that assumption rate of 8%. Then one question I have is on Tier 1. How many employees, retirees are in Tier 1?
In Tier 1 retirees?
Right now.
That I couldn't tell you off the top. No, there's more than 492, because that's what probably are getting their tier.
Prior to 79, we just had, maybe Art Delay can say that when he comes up. Prior to 1979, we had just Tier 1, right?
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So the people that retired during those years, prior to, say, 1980, are in Tier 1. And if you look at the checks that they receive, they're really having a difficult time. So that's the issue that we have here, I think. Not everyone in Tier 1 realizes a good retirement. Many of those people who worked in the county prior to 79 did not make very much money. And the retirement that they did receive was based on what they did make in the final year or two.
That's correct.
So that's the issue here. We've got issue of poor language, excess earnings, undistributed earnings. Then we have the assumption rate. We hear that we made 17 point something above, or this last year, right? And the assumption rate is 8%. So you can see why people draw some conclusions here. And lastly, those people that retired prior to 79, they're barely making it. They're in Tier 1. That's the issue.
Okay, I'm just about to go to Mr. Johnston, but before I do, I want to make an announcement. We have many items on our regular agenda, specifically like items 40 through 59, and I'm saying we're not going to get to them until 2 o'clock today. So if the staff is here for those items, these are the regular agenda items. Because of the amount of closed sessions we have, if those staff members want to come back at 2, hopefully we'll be there by 2 o'clock. Okay, and now, Mr. Johnston?
I don't know if this will clear things up or make them murkier, but as kind of a rule of thumb, for every $10 million that is either excluded from the retirement fund or in the way of increased benefits is an annual cost to the taxpayers of $1 million. Okay, so when we're talking about a Star Cola, it's not, the actuarial value is something like 9 million something.
Right, 9.4 million is what.
So as we round it to 10, it's roughly $1 million cost or $900,000 cost annually that has to compete with everything else. That's point number one. Point number two, that the money we would be talking about using, if it's out of the fund as opposed to coming from the taxpayers and the county, is money that would be generated by the assets of the retirement fund, basically belonging to everybody. Correct?
Yes, I guess it depends. Anytime you exclude anything from the actuarial value of assets, it increases your county contribution.
That's the cost, okay.
Yes.
But I'm just talking in terms of the money that, well, I don't say fictitiously, but the money that we would hope would be there in order to pay for, say, new benefits came from where? It came from, it was generated by the retirement fund excess earnings, but it was, the excess earnings is over the whole fund. It doesn't belong to any particular population.
That's correct.
And that's where we get into this issue of, discrimination. Since everybody's not eligible to receive the benefit, it comes out of everybody's earnings but goes to one particular group. Okay, that's one dilemma that we have. And then lastly, the question about 17% earnings, which is great. And I always notice that, more people show up at my office with smiles on their face and ideas when it's 17% earnings as opposed to a loss. And we had a few years from 2002, 2003 where we went negative and hundreds of millions of dollars the other direction. This is really something if we're doing our job, this is forever for everybody. And so it has to be calculated over a period of time. So if you take the earnings of the fund, which actuaries do, over a period of time, say a 10-year rolling average, we aren't making 17%. The bad years and the good years bring it down to something around 9%, I think. Is that right, Tim?
Long-term number, 10 years is about 9%.
Right. So the idea is you're trying to guess what the earnings is going to be and balance everything against that number. So you can't take only the winning numbers, the years when you're doing really well and go out and change, everything. And then when the thing goes the other way, that shows up there in the UAAL, and guess who writes the check? On behalf of the taxpayers, you guys do. So that's the dilemma. It's not that people are trying to be stingy or not wanting to make this work out. It's just difficult. So anyway, we tried to come up with a possible solution that would allow you to do a little bit of both, and that is to share some of the money that was set aside to fund this so that we don't further dig a hole on the UAL and the county's contribution, and then see what the economy and what the earnings on the portfolio do over the next few years, and then reevaluate where you are.
If there are no further questions at the board, I do have a number of comment cards, so let me go ahead and call our speakers. The first is Ron James, followed by John Batten. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Ron James. I'm chairman of the Insurance and Benefits Committee for the retired employees of Ventura County. There are nearly 5,000 people represented by this group. I have 5 points that I'd like to discuss with you today regarding the Star Cola. The first is, who are the recipients of this Star Cola? They are our fathers and they are our mothers. For those of us that worked for a long time in the county, they were our mentors when we came to work here. Many of them served in World War II. That's a generation that's dying at the rate of 1,000 a day nationally. If you make a mistake on this issue, you won't have time to correct it. There are only 485 of these Star Cola beneficiaries left in our county. The last time we visited this issue, there were over 500. Their numbers are dwindling daily. Their median age is 82. They've seen the value of the retirement that they got from working from the county diminish between 28 and some of them up to 63%. They've lost that much purchasing power over the years. These are people that make far less than we made as employees and that the employees today make. They didn't have the opportunities that we had to have a 457 or a 401k plan to supplement the county. Now, what is the Star Cola? It was created so that our oldest and most vulnerable employees, retirees, could maintain their economic integrity and dignity as their pensions were eroded by this monster of inflation. The California legislature looked into this, looked carefully at the 37 Act, found a way to create additional Star Cola benefits, and authorized it for Tier 1 employees and safety members, only for people who had lost at least 20% of their buying power. That's people that retired before 1981. The Board of Retirement authorized payment of this benefit in 1997. The average Star Cola benefit is $271.37. The average beneficiary has a pension, excluding the Star Cola, of $1,200 a month. So you're talking about, if you don't continue this, taking away a substantial portion of these people's income. On average, this would be 18% of their income. In some cases, you'll hear today about people that will lose in excess of 25% of their income. Now, why is this matter here before you now? For years, for the decade that these people enjoyed this benefit to help them buy medicine, there were constantly available earnings, excess earnings that the fund had ended up making. Now, at some point, the county stopped making contributions to the retirement fund, and one retiree brought a lawsuit saying, you know, you really should keep making these contributions. Well, lo and behold, when that lawsuit was pending, the Board of Retirement had to stop making transfers into the Star Cola Fund. If that hadn't occurred, we wouldn't be here today. Ultimately, that lawsuit was dropped for reasons probably other than the merits, but it was dropped. And so what should you do today as members of the Board of Supervisors? What we're asking is that you allow the Board of Retirement to exercise its discretion based on the information that they obtained from their actuarials and from their legal counsel, who have determined that there is in fact excess earnings, and that you recommend that the Board of Retirement does not take away a benefit that these people have received for the last 10 years, but you let the Board of Retirement exercise their discretion that they are given by the California Constitution pursuant to Proposition 162. I know I've only got a moment or two left. I would like to address Mr. Johnson's letter. I think it's really misleading if you look at the facts beyond this.
And you have exceeded your time, so
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
I know we have, I believe, 4 more speaker cards. What did happen to them? No. Oh, I know. No, they're here. I'm sorry. John Batten, and then John Murphy.
Good morning.
Morning.
Been listening to some very complicated actuarial and accounting information. I'll make it real simple for you. Each of you think about what kind of an impact a 30% cut in your income would have on you personally. I'm going to read a letter that I'm going to just put it in the notes. As of today, the pension benefits I receive are as follows. Well, first off, I'm 67 years old. On March 19, 1974, I received a service-connected disability retirement from the county sheriff's office. My pension is as follows: $76.58 annuity, cost of living $1,096.77. Then there's this fixed benefit of $27.50 you talk about. There's another fixed supplemental of $108.44. My pension, this vast sum of $585.62 per month. I get a Star COLA benefit of $756.36. The way I figure that out, that's about 28.5% of my income. Pursuant to my injury, I have undergone 7 radical surgeries to my neck and spine. They have left me permanently disabled, unable to engage in any type of gainful employment, which all of you apparently can do and could offset 30% cut. Due to resulting physical limitations, residual pain, and the concomitant mental impairment associated and directly caused by ingestion of large amount of addicting opiate analgesic medications. I'm under the influence right now, if that makes any difference. While workers' compensation and my private insurance covers some of my required medication, I'm still left with an insurance co-payment of approximately $100 per month. For your consideration, I don't have it here, it's in the record somewhere. Food, lodging, transportation, insurance don't leave much after a 28.5% cut. I just ask you to think about that, what it's going to do to me personally. I hate to be here, begging, but that's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Thank you, and also thank you for your service to the county. I'm sorry for your ills. Our next speaker is John Murphy, followed by Leola Cronister.
Madam Chair, Honorable Board, Mr. Klebaum, Mr. Johnston. My name is John Murphy, 227 Geneve Circle, Camarillo. That's where you'd find me for the past 50 years. Moved there when I was a resident deputy, when we still had those classifications, where you had the whole shebang by yourself. I've had a great career with the county of Ventura, and the greatest county probably in the United States of America. Greatest people, and represented by great people. And I look at this board, you're experienced, educated, and I think reasonable and compassionate people. Mr. Foy, you're the junior on this group, and your feelings have been made known. Even though I went outside Mrs. Long's area, who represents me, to support you, And I'm not sure at this point whether I really regret that or not, because I already pretty well understand, and I think you got some preconceived notions about this situation. And I think you should, at your age and you're prosperous, you got a nice position, I think you should use a great deal of empathy and compassion in considering what I'm going to ask for you folks to approve and pass on to the Board of Retirement, the approval and support that we need there, because Mr. Foy also represents the board on that Board of Retirement. Today you've considered a lot of issues, and you will consider a lot more, and for that I appreciate. Many of them serious, and I think there's none more serious to us today than what you have here representing these 485 people. Each month it diminishes, which is the point I want to make. This is a vanishing breed. We're all at the age that you're not going to see us around here much more. We won't be asking for Star Cola. But I'm speaking to this for myself and for those others who retired prior to April 1, 1981. The Board of Retirement has only approved the Star Cola until March of 2008. Losing that benefit would reduce my pension by 20%. That's a very significant amount. As a member of the Board of Supervisors, I would respectfully request that each of you support and approve the funding to continue Star Cola, discussing this issue with sincerity, compassion, empathy, and remembering the old adage, but for the grace of God, there go I, or my parents, or my grandparents. So there's some cold, hard facts, actuarial studies, and you folks have to take those into account. But you're bright, you're intelligent, and you're creative, and you can figure out a way to support us here, and you will never regret it. We are the most elderly, infirm, ill, barely getting by group who will be severely impacted and placed in jeopardy if Star Cola retirement benefits fail to get your approval and support. With the approval, you also leave our dignity intact. Forced medical retirement in 1977 after 28 years for injuries on duty. Shortly thereafter, hit with the highest inflation rate known, therefore losing large percent of my pension income. My wife and I are both cancer survivors. And when I say these things, this is personal. I hate to get up here. I dislike that. I've been here for 62 years. Started my employment back in June 1946. Broke service, and I got 28 continuous years. I hate to do this. It has been so nerve-wracking and upsetting to these folks and to myself and my wife, who has now been re-diagnosed with the most rare form of breast lymphoma cancer.
Mr. Murphy, your time is up, and we do appreciate your comments.
But I think with that, I would ask again your utmost and sincere consideration. You're dealing with a vanishing breed. You won't have to see us too much longer, a lot of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, all of these people are former employees of the county, and I just have to appreciate the service that you did give. Our next speaker is Leola Chronister, and followed by our last speaker, W. Keith Garrison. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to address you on this very important issue. In order to bring it into personal context, I can speak from personal experience, and these figures that were demonstrated blow my mind, but I relate to my particular situation. I came to work for the County of Ventura in February of 1953. as the confidential secretary to L. Hard Durley, sheriff at that time. In September of '53, I was promoted to the position, the second position in the department of deputy sheriff. I worked in that capacity for 11 years. Our starting salary in '53 as a deputy per month was $179.95. I worked in that position for 11 years and then was successfully promoted to the position of sergeant, the first sergeant in Ventura County. And that position I remained in for 11 years, and for the last 5 years of the 11 years, I was receiving top salary of $1,600 per month. On an annual medical exam, the doctor came up with the diagnosis I had Syndrome X, which today the doctors do not agree that that would be a termination effect. But I was placed on a disability at that time. That was in '75. My pension at that time was $592.78. The annuity was $201.78, which gives me a total of $794.50, less than half of my original salary of $1,600 a month. The Star Cola that I received today is $756. If I lose that, that will mean I lose 25% of my purchasing power. As you all know, the cost of living goes up 3%, and the board grants us a 3% raise. The money that is over and above the 3% goes into a bank. At the present time, I have 56 points in that bank. In other words, cost of living would have to go down 56 points before I would lose any money. So I honestly and hopefully request that you consider the Star Cola to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our county's first sergeant. And our last speaker then is W. Keith Garrison. We won't start the timer until you start speaking.
Madam Chairman, and John, and Steve, and the other members of the board, you too, Johnny. I have 5 minutes.
You have 5 minutes.
Turn it off.
All
It'll
right.
take longer than that. You're looking at a happy camper. I was born a prune picker in San Fernando in 1914. My family moved me here to Ventura in 1920. In fact, December of 1920. So this is an anniversary month for me. I went through all the schools here in Ventura and lasted until Uncle Sam put a white rig hat on me and put me in the Navy for nearly 4 years. My good friend Truman dropped the bomb. Within 2 months after that bomb was dropped, I was an employee in the county of Ventura as the Assistant Veteran Service Officer. I enjoyed my work here in the county because I was helping my fellow veterans and their dependents. The county of Ventura was a real benefit to me. I was getting $18 a month from the Navy, and the county paid me $125, so that's quite a jump. I spent until March of 1974 as an employee of the County of Ventura. I retired as the Director of Veteran Services here in the County of Ventura. I enjoyed my work because I took care of people back here and even over here. But I enjoyed my work. I wasn't getting fat on the pay that I was getting, but I enjoyed it. My other activity for the County of Ventura, I served on the county grand jury. There was a ball. Now, I also served on the federal grand jury. So I've been an active little kid. Of course, I'm only 94, so I don't have a hell of a lot of time left. But I'm enjoying it. So, folks, John and Steve, if you can get this fellow over here in the corner to go along with us old citizens of the County of Ventura, I'd appreciate it. I'm through.
Thank you very much for your comments. That does conclude our public comment cards on this item. At this point, we can go back if there are any questions or final comments that staff would like to make. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Supervisor Bennett and then Supervisor Foy both want to speak. So in that order.
I appreciate a number of things. Number one, I appreciate all the people coming down today, both those that spoke and those that are in the audience that didn't speak. This is obviously a very important issue to lots of people, including us. I also appreciate that this is a complicated issue, and staff's worked pretty hard to try to come up with some language that at least tries to make it reasonably clear for people that don't deal with this language all the time. There's no question in my mind that we have to continue this Star COLA benefit. I think that the CEO's office has come up with a response that allows that to happen, and I think we've been on this issue for some time. I know we're behind on our 10:30 item, so I would I'd make the motion to approve the recommended action responding back to the retirement board with a way for this Star COLA to continue for these people. Thank you very much. That's my motion.
Next speaker is Supervisor Foy and then Supervisor Flynn.
I did enjoy your comments. You're very passionate and very elegant in what you said, and I thought it was I thought it was touching. But at the end of this, I can feel for you. There's no question about it. I believe that it was a mistake to do it in the first place, because I believe it's a mistake to give you something that probably shouldn't have been given. And the reason I say that is, you have this 485 people, as we said, but you know what? We've got thousands of people in this county in the same boat as yourselves that are continuing to pay their tax to pay this additional $2.5 million or this $1 million a year. They're out there paying this so that you can have it. And I have a hard time with that. Remember, these people paid taxes to originally pay your salaries as part of the employees of the county. And so I understand where you're coming from. I understand the hardship it may cause you, but I strictly really want you to understand it has nothing to do with you personally. That is not my issue. My issue is that we, as leaders of this county, have to protect the taxpayers' dollars. And the taxpayers have said, I'm in the same boat. When the price of gas goes from $1 to $3, my purchasing power, as they would say, go down. But they don't have somebody else saying, get taxpayer money to pay an additional benefit for me, different than what was contracted by my employer. There's nobody out there doing that. And that's difficult. But again, I understand the situation you're in, and we say there's 485 people, and we do that, and we discriminate against the other hundreds and thousands of other people that are out there. That's one thing. But on the other side, you are in the same boat as a whole thousands of other taxpayers out there. And so where do we make an honest argument that this 485 people should have something different than the taxpayers who pay this amount of money? And because we're paying an additional $2.5 million a year They're out of their pockets. They're having to pay this money to pay for this. If we didn't have that Star Cola, $2.5 million would be going to hopefully lesser taxes, or it would be going to something that is needed for those thousands of other people. I appreciate your service and all the hard work you've done for this county. But again, that's my point of view on this, and I believe the taxpayers would say, and I've talked to some, because this is a heart-wrenching issue, and you go and you talk to people and say, it was wrong for the county to do it originally, because they give you something, and we all depend on originally. We start to live on that. We live on what we get. We shouldn't have done that in the first place, because the thousands out there do not get that same benefit, but they pay the tax to pay this. So I cannot support us continuing this down, and I'd like to see us not do this and not put other people in this position, 10 years, 20 years down the line. It's unfair to give you something that we cannot be sustainable, because I tell you, if something happens and this county gets in trouble in their pension, I guarantee they're going to pull it quickly. Right now it's easy to say, but I think our administrator will tell you that matter of fact, in our meeting yesterday at the board of retirement, we realized we had lost $43 million just in the last, I think it was the last 2 months in this pension plan, $43 million. We have got to do whatever we can to protect the pension that we promised you. Not the extra, but what we promised you. Because you know what? Losing 18% or 10%, that's tough. But losing 100% would be devastating. So I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Flynn and then Supervisor Vaughn.
Yeah, I simply can't believe what I just did. I seconded Mr. Bennett's motion. He even smiles. Anyway, I served on a retirement board for 20 years and learned then that the retirement board belongs to those people I discussed earlier, 3 sets of people. And I remember when Katie Johnston was the Treasurer Tax Collector Retirement Officer, that we had this same kind of issue come before us some years ago. And people came up to talk to the retirement board and to talk to this board who had retired prior to 81. I stand corrected on that. I said 79. And they had made about $300 a month. And think of what kind of retirement they were getting. So they were in desperate condition. And at that time, we approved $108.44 to be given to every retiree to try to find a way to help the people. We're talking about 400 plus people here. We're talking about people who served this county very well. We're talking about people who came right down in front of me here. Don, how old are you? 94, who served in World War II. We're talking about what has been called the greatest generation. Are we going to deny these people this Star Cola? I cannot deny them. What we promised a long time ago, things change, Mr. Foy. The inflationary factor causes things to change. People are having one heck of a time living today who retired prior to 1981. They're having a lot of trouble making payments, buying medicine, all those kinds of things. We have an opportunity today to do this. We should do it. We should do it without any hesitation. These are the people that spoke today. There are many others who simply couldn't make it here. There are many others who made less money than the people here today. I'm talking about secretaries and people in the lower levels of county government. They're having a struggle, a big struggle. We should, I hope we can get a unanimous vote and support this.
Thank you. Supervisor Vaughn?
Thank you. First, thank all of you for coming in to speak to this and also for your years of service to the county. Obviously, it's a very passionate, concerning issue for all of us. it's a tough one. It's a complicated one, and it's a tough one. And a variety of factors have brought us here today. Salaries that were paid 30 years ago don't keep up with today's cost. And pensions that were thought to be healthy 30 years ago haven't kept up with today's cost. I believe the recommended suggestion in the CEO's letter is the appropriate one, to go back to the retirement board to see if there is a way to continue this for the additional 5 years. That's not going to be a fix. We may all be back here 5 years from now. And then there won't be 485, but there will still be folks who are may be very challenged with the loss of this discretionary revenue. And depending on a variety of variables, whether or not that will be the case, the economy, the investments, the inflation, all of those things. So the concern here is that we know that we have this group of retirees. We know that there was a promise made, right or wrong, and I think when I'm listening here, we've got the past of those folks who've served on the retirement board and the board members who may or may not have been involved in that commitment years ago to this group. And we've got the present and the future that looks ahead to say we have huge issues in front of us as a county for the investment of the taxpayers' funds, and to balance and do that wisely. And they are huge issues, and they don't get easier. So I think that the recommended solution or suggestion that is in this letter to go back to the retirement board is worth exploring, and I would hope it is doable, to give all of us an opportunity to look at how we do business, and certainly to all of us to be careful how we make promises. 10 years from now, we may not be able to keep. I think that is unfair. And to say that the county stopped making contributions, we could have continued to litigate that, or we could acknowledge that was not worth litigating in the sense of expending funds, taxpayer funds, to do so. I think the board has felt that we have been very honest in our work with the retirement board, and our use of pension obligation bonds and funds, and in our commitment to our retirees. So I support the motion, and I believe that pending a lot of variables, we may be back here in 5 years. But we made a commitment.
Well, it was nice to see these people who came before us, and I may not see them for, again, I don't know, but I do realize what has changed, and we've had incredible people working for the county, and by today's standards not making much money back then, and you really realize what inflation has done, and that it's felt mostly by those that are on fixed incomes. There was a promise that was made. We did provide the funding. It may have been discriminatory in the sense that we only provided it to a certain group of individuals, but the fact is that decision was made. If we were in a fiscal crisis, I certainly would never want to affect the pension, but we aren't at that point where we have to start saying, okay, what needs to be cut. Right now, I think that we are able to continue to sustain this Star COLA, and I agree with Supervisor Long. Depending on what happens with the economy, we may have changes in the future, but right now I don't think we need to do this cut, and I don't want to be one of those to do it. So with that, I think everyone spoke. Supervisor Foy, did you want one more comment?
Can I just ask, Mr. Dursey, is it, as I sit on that retirement board, and there's a lot of people, I think there's 12 or 14 people that sit on that board with me. Out of those people, how many people making this their vote on that board would be voting themselves part of this COLA and part of these pensions?
Well, I think there's 9 people on the retirement board.
Right.
4 are appointed by your board, including yourself.
Right.
The treasurer tax collector is a member, and then there's 2 elected by general membership, and 1 by safety, and then one by the retirees. So under that scenario, I'm not sure Bob Hansen and Karen Becker are the representatives on the retirement board from the general membership, and I believe they're both Tier 2 members. So this Star COLA would not affect them because they're not eligible for a COLA to begin with. The treasurer tax collector would be minor. I think if I recall, he is a Tier 1 member, so it would. And then the public safety member is a tier equivalent to a Tier 1 member. They would be, and then the retiree. I assume that they are, voting for the retirees, and I believe that they're a Tier 1 member also. So I guess
so you got half the board.
The answer would be probably 3 of them.
3 of them.
None of the members of the retirement board would be personally affected by any decision to extend Star COLA.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. Thank you. Mr. Goulet has indicated that he doesn't believe that anyone would personally benefit who made the decision. I don't know.
Well, it depends. If you continue the Star COLA forever and you have it run into over the next 5 years, for example, if you run into inflation of 10% per year, that pre-1982 becomes a irrelevant number because a number of other people will become eligible for a Star COLA because of the loss of earning power. So the number of 472 or whatever is the number as we speak. And if we continue at low inflation, that number probably would not increase. However, if we ran into an inflationary period that was huge, then you would have additional people eligible for a Star COLA.
So we'd be in that situation that we'd be adding to that number.
Yeah, and then that $9.4 million would be way too low. I mean, they would have to have an actuarial valuation and those types of things. So those numbers would go up significantly. But that's a lot of assumptions. So, and I'm not projecting that or anything. But
no.
But to argue that one way or the other, it's not the people that would be eligible for a Star COLA down the line would be those people in Tier 1.
Right. Okay, great. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Is that a decision that comes before us, or could come before us about adding new people to that?
That's a legal question. I talked to that briefly about to the council, to the board, and the initial reaction was it's not easy to separate that.
If you could get us that information, what it would take, because I think that's something that this is certainly a decision that has been made long before my time. So I would like to see if that, in terms of adding new ones, if you have that information now, or you want to get it to us.
It would be better if we respond after further study.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that will help us move our meeting along, too. Okay, with that, then, we have a motion, we have a second, and we have an opportunity to vote. If you'd please cast your votes. Thank you. And you can see it on the big screen. As you can see, we are running very late. We still haven't finished our 9:30 time certains. We haven't done our 10. We haven't done our 10:30. So that motion passes on a 4-1. That's just to say to have put in another time certain item, even if, Mr. Flynn, if we could have accommodated you, we still wouldn't be able to get to it because we are so behind.
Well, I thought we were over the argument.
Thank you all for your coming, and wish you well. Supervisor Bennett, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, Madam Chair, item 32, I know we have some people here, and I know we tried to promise them that we'd be as close to on time as we could so that they could get back.
Certainly.
So if we could take that time certain, that 10:30 time certain item right now.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do the 10:30 time certain for the individuals who we are recognizing today. And thank you for coming. Mr. Bennett, if you'd like to go ahead and go forward with that.
Yes, I would, and I would like to have Pastor Mark Holman and Reverend Jan Christian. Could you two please come up to the podium? And as people are leaving the room, I'd like to point out that what our goal is we hope this becomes the beginning of a tradition that we do every year with our last meeting before we break for the holidays, and that is to recognize some organization or organizations for their outstanding efforts. And this one, I think, is just extremely appropriate at this point in time. Pastor Mark Holman is from the Ventura Missionary Church, and Reverend Jan Christians is from the Unitarian Universalist Church of Ventura. And today, I'd like to make these comments, and I think you'll understand why they're here today. But first of all, most of us in this room are very fortunate to have a roof over our head, a warm meal at the end of every day, and feel pretty comfortable and secure. And it's amazing the things that you take for granted, because that's not the case for everybody else in the community. In the city of Ventura, 15,000 people earn less than $25,000 a year, placing them at risk of homelessness. At this time of year, we think of how grateful we are, we consider our holiday gift giving, and it seems especially appropriate to consider those who are homeless or at severe risk of becoming homeless. Today, we recognize these two individuals representing their churches, Ventura churches, who have given this issue much thought and action when it comes to the issue of homelessness. They've been great partners in the 10-year strategy to end homelessness in Ventura County. We've worked for quite some time with the Unitarian Universalist Church on their 10-year plan. And in this last year, Ventura Missionary Church has really stepped up in terms of interacting with the city and the county on this issue. These two churches have recently donated thousands of dollars to Ventura's Homeless Prevention Fund, which we've described to this board and to the county family here in the past. The Homeless Prevention Fund, designed to try to help people stay out of homelessness by helping them when they get into a crisis and are on the verge of becoming homeless. In addition to their financial support to the Ventura Homeless Prevention Fund, the Unitarian Universalist Church of Ventura has been actively participating in the Ventura Social Services Task Force, and they hosted the Ventura launch of the 10-year strategy to end homelessness. They've been very active in this process for the last couple of years. The Ventura Missionary Church has become hosting information and education sessions for members of the community, and they're playing a leading role in galvanizing many of the churches in the city of Ventura to try to pull on the same side of the war in the same direction on this issue of homelessness. I recognize Peter Brown is in the room representing the city of Ventura, and there is an exciting newfound energy and focus going on in the city of Ventura as a result of the efforts of these churches. Although the face of homelessness is often the chronic homeless person that you see out there, that really only represents 15% of the homeless people. Most homeless people are working individuals and families who cycle in and out of homelessness. They're right on the edge. They're a car payment away from becoming homeless. They're a medical bill away. Right? We don't see them oftentimes because they are not the chronic homeless that's out in the street, that's the highly visible person. They're temporarily living in a car, temporary housing. Somebody takes them in for a few nights in one place or another. But they are there. And each time one of those families actually becomes homeless, right, it takes us a lot more to pull those families back out of homelessness and get them stabilized than if we would just keep them and catch them right before that moment and keep them there. Those thousands of dollars is what we're trying to avoid, and we think this is part of a proactive strategy that's just one of the many strategies for the 10-year plan to end homelessness. Not only are they traumatized by losing their home, when they do try to go back in, they have to come up with another security deposit, first and last month's rent, and not to mention all the time and energy spent moving out, moving back in, etc. So the best thing that we can do is keep them in housing, and it's a real big push in the city of Ventura at this point in time that we're working on, and these two churches have done a great job in contributing thousands of dollars to try to contribute to that effort. It's a partnership that I just personally really appreciate, and I know the county family, the county providers of homeless services, as well as the city in terms of partnering with you, really appreciate. We've talked about it a lot when you're not around, what we really think about this great new effort on your part. We have some other community partners here. I'd appreciate it if you'd stand when I call on you, but as I mentioned, Peter Brown from the city of Ventura Community Services, Rick Pearson from Project Understanding back in the back, Shelley Locklear from Salvation Army. Shelley, are you here? She was supposed to be here. Carl Keller from the Ventura Social Services Task Force. Do we have anybody from Catholic Charities here? I've got Catholic Charities, but And then we have some other members of the Social Services Task Force. Would the other members of the Social Services Task Force stand if you're here in the audience? Thank you very much, right? I'm going to come down and bring these certificates down to these two churches. I wanted them to stand at the podium at this point in time to get this recognition. I'd like to come down, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to give us some sage comments from your perspective about this issue and about sort of the partnership that's developing there. So both of you would like to make some comments to us for a moment. We'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. We really appreciate your leadership, and also Cindy Cantle's leadership from your office, who has really helped get this fund started. I think one of the jobs of ministers is to recognize when things are running a little bit late and keep comments brief, and so that will be my sage response. I think you've already said it all, and we look forward to continuing. I would like members of our congregation to stand, of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Ventura, who are here today, because these are just a few. These are just a few who've been working on this issue.
I just want to know where to get one of those little green, yellow, red. The
Yeah.
people in my church would love for us. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to stand here and to represent what God's doing in this community. When I came here 5 years ago, I was a little frustrated because the church didn't seem to be united, and it seemed to be that there was even a little sentiment that was a battle between the church and the city, and we weren't coming together. And I even beat my head against the wall and almost gave up. And then we needed an issue, and the city, with Judge Bish's help, came alongside. And they pretty much said, if you can get the churches there, we've got an issue. And all I did was send a letter out. And it wasn't us. God put the churches there. We showed up, and you guys presented this 10-year plan, which is exactly what we needed. And it has rallied us. And what I want to say moving forward is I'm pretty excited. I think the church is coming together. I think there's going to be a unified effort amongst the churches here in Ventura, and we're going to continue to work towards that so we can work together with you. And we knew it takes leadership, and we wanted to be the first to step up and show that, you know what, we're going to put our money where our mouth is, and we're going to partner with you guys, and we're going to work together to end homelessness. So it's our privilege to stand before you, but please know we don't represent one church. We represent a bunch of churches that are starting to come together to help you and end homelessness in this city.
I just hope that you'll go back to your members that aren't here, and if you'll go back to your members and let them know how much we appreciate the beginning of this effort here. And if we could have a big round of applause for the churches.
And looking at, I know we had probably a couple dozen people here for that item, and Supervisor Bennett asked for that to be called out. So we also have some folks here I see for item 30, which is from 9:30. So we'll give them preference at this point, and then try to get back to our regular agenda. This one is I believe we have some staff here for this on the second. It's actually the first reading now of an adoption of an ordinance that we will have a second reading on later regarding the harbor. So do we have our harbor staff available?
Yeah, they should be in they're sitting, I think, across the hall.
Thank you.
But this is the item that I mentioned under agenda review that, as you just stated, that this is a first reading and there'll be another reading because it has been revised with the helpful suggestion that certain words be removed.
I know we got a letter from Beacon that showed that we had a glitch, if you will, and so that's been corrected, and we're bringing it back instead of a second hearing. This will be the first hearing. I know Supervisor Flynn has requested also that this have an opportunity to air when we have a meeting in Oxnard, which is coming forward, I think, maybe the 1st of April. And so this may be a while in coming, but it's a start. a second start, if you will. Good morning, Ms. Krieger.
Good morning. I apologize. I stepped out of the room. I thought you were doing both 10:30 items. We actually have two minor changes to the ordinance since we were making changes in any case due to the letter from the Beacon Foundation and a nearly identical letter from the CSD, the Channel Islands Beach Community Services District. We have also received the required comments back now from the State Department of Boating and Waterways. They were exceedingly minor. You will see on the errata sheets that have been handed to you that on page 5 of 17, the first page, they wanted the word liberty replaced by limb, so it's endanger life, limb, or property. And then the only other real change is on page 9, and I apologize for the confusion here. We thought it was clear. It was not. It says that no person shall operate or use any surfboard, paddleboard, dugout, raft, so forth, with less than 3 inches of freeboard or aquaplane within the harbor or outer harbor or beach areas. We intended that to be beach areas within the harbor, but that was not clear. So we're recommending at this point just to strike those 3 words, or beach, the 2 words, or beach, and comma. So it's within the harbor or outer harbor only, since within the harbor could be inclusive of beaches. Those are the only 2 changes. There is, as I said, the letter from the Beacon Foundation as well as from the Channel Islands Beach Community Services District with the same essential attachments, and I'd like to address those just very quickly. The first is a comment on First Amendment rights. This has to do with leafleting the harbor when people go through and put flyers underneath windshield wipers and so forth. That's already a City of Oxnard ordinance. I believe the county has a similar ordinance. We are already enforcing it. What it does is generate trash in the harbor and all over the land around the harbor. Those kinds of leaflets can only be distributed with a permit, and those are very rarely granted. So that is really no change. It's just adding to the harbor ordinance to make it consistent with the city and other ordinances. Another is the appeal to the Board of Supervisors. This is being changed now to make it consistent with other county ordinances that have been adopted since 1974, that the appeal would go first to the county CEO when you created that CEO position. A number of other ordinances also changed. In fact, we have not had an appeal to the board at least since 1991, as far as we can track. We just couldn't go back any further than that. So we didn't see that as a big issue. It's just a consistency issue. And finally, I guess I would ask if County Council has anything they would like to add about the amendment requiring Coastal Commission approval. That is not our understanding, and that would end the changes unless Mr. Claiborne.
Right. The Coastal Commission doesn't have the authority to overrule the county's public safety ordinance for the harbor, and so it does not require Coastal Commission approval.
With that, then there would be a second reading if the board accepts these 2 modifications we're proposing today.
Thank you. And there is no time crunch on this one, so I understand. And you wouldn't have a problem if we went and had it further aired in Oxnard if we have our meeting in April and then came back here and had the second reading and hearing after that. That's not a problem?
No, it only means that some of the issues that you have expressed concern about, such as the styrofoam and the use of aquaplanes and so forth, would not be enforceable during that period of time as we get closer to summer again. But that's entirely a decision the board can make.
Thank you. And I do have several comment cards on this one, too. I know there was a concern that this came after the 10:30 item, or after the regular agenda item that we discussed, the Star Cola. We did have probably about 30 people, elderly people, that would have to have waited till probably 3 o'clock or 2:30 once we finally get back to the rest of our regular agenda item as a matter of respect to that. So with that, we'll go to William Bill Terry, followed by Jared Bouchard.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board, staff members, Bill Terry, Oxnard. I appreciate you passing on the previous item with the elderly. One thing you have to be cognizant of, putting people in poverty. Happy holidays to all of you. with this, you're regulating and pricing the poor out of the harbor. It refers to the beach community, but more people in Oxnard use the beach community too. Don't have boats, but we enjoy the water. In section 6410-3, is this a prelude to parking meters in the parking lots? And this is a big issue to the public, is due process. Can you appeal a decision to the board, the elected officials? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Next is Jared Bouchard, followed by Lee Quaintance.
Good morning, Chair Parks and members of the board. I'm the General Manager of the Channel Islands Beach Community Services District and appearing before you at the direction of our board. Our board is requesting a 60-day continuance of this item to allow for additional public review and comment on a few issues. I'd like to just point out a couple of issues that the board saw as specific concerns and major revisions rather than minor amendments. The revisions throughout the ordinance that address permit authorities of the harbor director do not provide any provisions for an appeal to your board. I know that we just heard from the harbor director that this is common, and I don't believe there would be an issue if the first appeal went before the CEO and then offered some ability to appeal that decision before your board. The legislative authority the public has elected your board to provide and entrusted with is taken away by these revisions. In fact, certain sections of the ordinances go a step further and empower the director with legislative authority or quasi-legislative powers to not only promulgate but adopt regulations. Section 6408 3.3 specifically states this authority. This is an authority that is reserved for elected bodies so as to ensure the public's best interests are represented as needed as the need for regulations change. If we empower our public employees with the authority to promulgate and adopt regulations and take away the ability to appeal decisions of public employees to the appropriate legislative bodies, we will undermine fundamental principles of our governance system and the officials elected to ensure the representation of the people they serve. Section 6406 7.1 addresses the sales or soliciting within the harbor. These revisions are intended to ensure the director has sufficient authority to control commercial interests and activities in the harbor. The district does not dispute this authority or its relevance to the duties of the harbor director. The district is concerned that the language goes beyond the limiting of commercial activities within the harbor. The revision states no person shall distribute or display signs, commercial advertisements, or circulars in any public area within the harbor without first receiving permission from the director. This language can be interpreted to provide the director or his or her delegates authorities to ban individuals from utilizing public areas for the purpose of peacefully exercising their free speech rights, seeking signatures for petitions, or circulating or distributing literature. If enforced as proposed, an individual or group's First Amendment rights could be violated, which the resulting legal actions and inevitable monetary settlements would be a tragic and unnecessary use of public monies. And finally, I have one minor comment. As the ordinance addresses and specifically limits fishing to designated areas within the harbor, it would seem prudent to request that an exhibit be added to identify those areas designated as authorized fishing areas within the harbor. If this is not included, are we to assume that this too is subject to the director's discretion? Thank you, and please consider the potential impacts, if unchanged, the revisions will have on all those who live in, enjoy the harbor for the many opportunities it has to offer.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And our next speaker is Lee Quaintance, followed by Trevor Smith.
I'm Lee Quaintance for the Beacon Foundation. The Beacon Foundation is a nonprofit environmental organization focused on coastal Ventura County. We've been maintaining that focus for some 13 years now. As you know, we wrote you a letter on the subject of this ordinance. I'm not going to repeat the letter, but I will highlight a few special concerns that we still think need your attention. First and foremost, the one regarding the First Amendment infringement. The harbor director said that this is aimed at preventing littering and leafleting. Well, it doesn't say that. I know that you all have available to you the language of the document, and as Mr. Bouchard read to you, it calls for prior director approval and permitting of these activities, which are constitutionally protected. What was done here was to take a section aimed narrowly in the original ordinance at commercial activities and graft onto it authority to require permits for anyone to engage in petitioning, distributing literature, or other appearances. An article in the Star this morning brought home to me why this is important, and it was the article about Mr. Foy taking on the chair of a advocacy group concerned about big government. And the article recounts that the press conference was slated to be in a location where the group had not gotten a prior approval. And so, quote, minutes before it was scheduled to start, hospital officials politely asked members to hold the meeting on a nearby public sidewalk. And that's because nobody's permission is required for that. That was an exercise of the First Amendment rights of Mr. Foy and his group, and it was respected by everyone. The harbor is not a dead zone for the Constitution, and I hope that you will not accept this passing off of this as some kind of minor issue. It isn't. It's fundamental. It needs to be changed. The changing the language about banning surfing at Hollywood Beach, of course, that's a useful step in the right direction. The appeal to the Board of Supervisors, apparently it's not onerous if it hasn't been done for many decades, apparently. But to leave this avenue open for people to address you about their rights, I think is very important. We're talking here in the case of the liveaboards in terms of their homes. And are we going to allow, or are you going to allow, the yes or no on whether they can be permitted to be limited to the closed sphere of county bureaucracy with no opportunity to come to you and tell you what some person feels is a miscarriage? I don't think you really want that. I hope you don't. Finally, on the subject of Coastal Commission review, the standard is that if something is part of the Public Works Plan, then it must be reviewed by the Coastal Commission. This ordinance, in its original version, is specifically part of the Public Works Plan. When the Public Works Plan was certified in 1986, this ordinance was physically placed in the document. So we do maintain that Coastal Commission review and approval of changes to this ordinance will be required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quaintance. Our next speaker is Trevor Smith, followed by our last speaker, Robert Reed, or Rode, excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Parks, members of the board. Trevor Smith, 4000 West Hemlock. I'm the neighborhood chair of the Channel Islands Waterfront Homeowners Association, and I'm a boater and a waterfront homeowner. I appreciate most of the language in the laws. I'm all in favor of protecting the environment and improving the safety and eliminating derelict vessels and suspicious people. The concern I have, only have been made familiar with this on Friday, is the scope. Section 64004 limits the scope only to the Channel Islands Harbor area, Silver Strand, and Hollywood Beach. And my question is, what about the 2,500 boat slips and houses and boaters issues in the Oxnard portion of the harbor? And since the Seabridge project was approved several years ago, one of the permit conditions was to hand over authority of patrolling the Oxnard portion of the harbor to the Channel Islands Ventura County Harbor Patrol. So what I see here is possibly a conflict of laws, and how does the same enforcement agency enforce laws on one side of the bridge that are updated and not enforce the pull out a separate code book for the laws on the other side? I think the entire harbor, again, not only, as I've mentioned before, being treated as one ecosystem, one system, should be treated as one legality. And I would hope that you'd vet this out with the city of Oxnard and possibly the homeowners associations, because what we've experienced is a lack of enforcement where there's been vessels known to our board members that are derelict and evicted from Channel Harbor. They end up in our slips, unauthorized liveaboards. The other day we had to call the police to stop a 50-foot boat from being sandblasted on a dock they had no permission to be on. And the Harbor Patrol didn't actually respond. The police became the second responder in the Oxnard Code Enforcement. So hopefully there will be some continuity of these laws. And then I hope that some of these new changes, verbiage here, is consistent with the inland waterway rules and consistent with other harbors up and down the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess the extra time will allow us to look into that, and I will ask staff about your question as well as they have an opportunity to follow up after the public comments. Robert Road, is it?
Merry Christmas to all you folks. Thank you for being here and for all of us. I'm here primarily for the children of Hollywood Beach and Silver Strand Beach, and the surfing that's always been taken care of, but anything in our harbor, I work really hard with the children there to keep them out of trouble, keep them off of drugs and alcohol, and anything with the fishing or diving or surfing or anything. The lifestyle of our community is to keep our kids in the water having fun with it. And I think it's really important to the growth of our children, keeping them out of trouble. So, any water-oriented thing that we could put forward, I think would be good, for our children, the next generation that's coming up. And also, I had an issue with, I'm also a commercial diver, sea urchin and cucumber diver, and the diving off of the break wall. Personally, I make money off of that break wall in a commercial way, and you would take a certain amount of money out of my pocket by closing that off commercially to me. We pull the urchins off of that place, which helps the kelp grow. And I'd like you folks to, please take a look at that too. It's not like we dive there every day, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, but it does, impact, me and my children, because I take my children out there sport diving also. And that's just all I really wanted to say. It's not as much for me, but our children really need the beach. We need the harbor. It keeps them out of trouble. There's probably 30 kids in that beach that, not involved in gangs, they're not involved with drugs and alcohol. They go to school, they come home, they go surfing, they go diving, they go fishing, and they come home, do their homework, and eat dinner, and are going to be good citizens of this community. So if we take any of those activities from our harbor away from our children, eventually it's going to impact our county, and I just thought I'd come here and speak for the parents of Hollywood and Silver Strand Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. We will follow that up too. Keep those kids busy, huh? Supervisor Bennett had a comment, and then Supervisor Foy.
Thank you very much. One, I'd like to compliment the last speaker for focusing on trying to help those the youth down there in the harbor to adopt healthy lifestyles. With that, appreciate the comments that we've heard today. We do have time between the first and second reading to get some questions answered, and I'm sure staff will be addressing some of those issues as they come forward. But I think given where we are at this point in time, the most appropriate thing for us to do is I'd like to make the motion to have this be the first reading of this ordinance so that we can begin to move further along in the process. So with that, make the motion to adopt this ordinance as a first read.
Thank you. Then we have Supervisor Foy and then Supervisor Flynn who want to speak.
Speaker, can I just ask a quick couple questions with some of the comments that were made? Allowing fishing, are we going, or do we have signs? We're going to put signs up where their fishing is?
We actually did not change, as far as I remember, the fishing section of this. The reason we don't generally recommend having a map attached to the ordinance is that what we would do if we mapped it and mapped where the allowed fishing was, we would do the most conservative possible map.
Good.
As we got some good press coverage this year, we try very hard to work with the fishermen, and we had hoop netting this winter. It depends where the sand is, where the traffic is, whether both entrances are open. We allow fishing in the maximum places possible, but as things close down, as sand fills up certain areas, we have to restrict it there. We don't want to restrict it permanently. We'd just like to be able to be flexible with people.
I think that's a good. Let that be flexible. Let me have a couple more real quick.
Okay.
This styrofoam thing, are we going to put signs up for styrofoam? Are we going to tell people that? I mean,
it's the businesses. It's not individual visitors.
Okay.
It's businesses in the
because
harbor.
that's really hard to get to. Okay,
Right.
that's important. And it'd be nice if we even had signs for the boaters. Please don't bring styrofoam on you. But I just don't want to.
That's a good idea.
I just want to be in a position that we don't do some. But and then the diving situation, was that a safety reason? There's nothing going on.
I don't think we haven't done anything to limit.
Okay, good. I want
diving
to make
along
sure
the
that
breakwater.
I think by Bennett, the guy's doing a lot of work to help kids, give them an opportunity to do that, and maybe then for our county council, just real quick, Are we doing anything to restrict freedom of speech by some of that, not allowing people to put something up?
No, the ordinance makes it clear that this applies to commercial speech, not political speech.
Okay.
The section in question begins with the title Commercial Activities, and the subdivision that has been under discussion is titled Sale or Solicit, and not intended to regulate political speech.
Perfect, perfect. Well, it sounds like then you've done a good job of making this, not restricting what the people can do, so that's very good. Thank you very much.
And then Supervisor Flynn, you wanted to comment too?
Yes. Thank you very much. I can't really support the motion, and it has not drawn a second yet, but I can't support the motion. This would give this the first reading. And there are a lot of problems with this ordinance. Does the board really think, do you really believe that people should not have the right to appeal a decision that's made by the director? Why are we here? Let me finish my comment, Madam Chair. Why are we here? Why do we have a Board of Supervisors? Why don't we just turn everything over to the county staff and leave our positions? We do not have the appeal right in this ordinance. This is surprising. You know, the questions that have been raised by the public and the comments made by the public indicate all the more why this should be heard close to the harbor. Hopefully in Oxnard, hopefully in April. I appreciate your comments, Madam Chair, about that. But the appeal really gets me. That really gets me. No due process there. The surfing issue, can you imagine somehow staff caught that? I don't know how, but caught that. Isn't that amazing? The first ordinance we had before us not to allow surfing at the beach, Silver Strand and Hollywood Beach. And that was caught, and it was treated as a minor error by the director. So I'm going to vote against the ordinance as it's presented. It is in desperate need of a lot of work. I'm talking really to the public now. It's in need of a lot of work. It's in need of many hearings. It's confusing. An ordinance ought to be instructive. And there are some parts of it that are instructive. If you look at page 13, Mr. Foy, if I could ask you to look at page 13, the ordinance is instructive. Discharge of petroleum and paint products. I think that is an instructive, positive thing that we explain to the public. We tell the public this cannot be allowed. There are still people that do it, not very many, but still people that do it. So it should be an instructive document, and it's got so many errors in it. Let me tell you, let me conclude this way. This ordinance, as presented to us, is symbolic of the terrible decisions that this board has made on the harbor and the horrible management of Channel Islands Harbor. Is symbolic, is found in this ordinance, the way it's presented here today.
Thank you. Supervisor Foy, you wanted to make another comment?
I'm sorry. Yeah, just one quick one. I don't agree with the management thing, but I do want to ask the appeal situation. If for some reason somebody did want to appeal, they could always come to us? That won't go away? Is that true?
Any member of the public, the appeal as it stands in the ordinance, which you can change, is to the CEO. Any member of the public can appear before your board any Tuesday that you are meeting at 8:30 under public comments, or can contact your offices, as you know, and the board can take up any matter it chooses to take up. Before you vote, I'd like to provide some comments on the city issue, but I'll wait on
okay. I just, because that was one of the notes I had before even he had spoken, was I just don't want to take away. I mean, we have a court system that allows you all the way to the Supreme Court. At some point, I want to make sure, is there something?
Madam Chair, Mr. Foy, the interesting thing about this is when lawsuits are filed against the county because somebody alleges the county has done something wrong, we frequently raise as a barrier to those lawsuits the plaintiff's failure to exhaust administrative remedies. And the process set forth by an ordinance like this is what sets up those administrative remedies. And most people want to go directly to court. They don't want to have to exhaust administrative remedies, and that's what we experience. The ordinance sets up a shortened process for administrative remedies. Anybody who doesn't like what has been done by the director and ultimately by the CEO can go directly to court. That's why it has been set up that way.
And they can also come to this board if they wanted to extend their administrative.
Pardon me, wait, just call them.
I'm sorry.
If you'd like to finish your comments,
I just said, so we're not limiting their access to us, and we're not making it.
I would just ask that the audience, please.
But they still, because they always have the
Hold off
ability
here.
to appeal it and stand before us and do this, right?
They can come to you and complain. They can threaten a lawsuit. They can't go through an appeal hearing before you. That's the issue that has been raised.
And it sounds like what we were saying before, Ms. Krieger, we haven't had anybody come before us anyway. Have you had anybody from the harbor come before us on some other issues?
Well, we did have a time when all the people at Channel Islands Marina were evicted, and the board stepped in. We didn't make them go through a hearing process. We actually went to court to file an injunction because we cared so much about the issue, and I would imagine that we have that ability to step in.
We still have that ability?
Absolutely. The question here is where the harbor director has acted to prohibit somebody from doing something or has denied a permit. And the person who is the subject of that wants to have the board adjudicate whether what the harbor director did was right or wrong. Nobody, as the harbor director said, nobody in the memory of people employed here today has ever actually done that.
Okay. Well, it sounds like to me we still have an awful lot of access, so that's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have two more supervisors to speak.
Yes, Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Long and then Supervisor
I
Flynn.
seconded the motion on this because I think it puts it on the table. We are going to discuss, there will be a second reading, when and what time we do that, how much longer it'll be out there for the public's review and comment. I think some of the issues raised this morning have been addressed. I think the appeal issue, as I read it, falls solely under 6404 and -3.2 all the way to 3.10. And that says to me that what you have is an operational issue for the harbor director and the CEO to be able to deal with permit applications related to events and to events is the only term I can use at this point, activities, etc. It doesn't preclude public engagement. It doesn't preclude the public from other areas underneath this ordinance that give them a right to always come and talk to this board. I don't see it the same way. So I think that we need to move ahead with the first reading, get it out there, see what we can do to accommodate additional review and dialogue from the public before it comes back for a second reading.
Again. And Supervisor Flynn.
I just had, before let me just read the language here to you and see if you understand it or don't understand it. About appeal. The decision of the county executive officers shall be final and conclusive. There shall be no appeal to the Board of Supervisors. It's pretty clear to me. But I do have an observation. Are we headed with this ordinance? Is it suggesting that we're going further and that the authority now rests with the CEO if this is passed? The Board of Supervisors is crossed out in the ordinance. If you look at the old ordinance, it's crossed out all the way through. Does that mean that we are moving from an enterprise fund to a general fund? Does it mean that perhaps the harbor now will be able to make use of county departments for construction projects like Public Works? We have a department that is expert in that. Why do we go out to consultants for that? Maybe this might lead in that direction so that we can begin using our own departments here, people we trust, to do that work properly. We're building a project. So I hope it might lead in that direction. I don't know if it does. It certainly suggests it.
We have a lot of opportunity to air this. We're in terms of both our last meeting, this meeting, and future meetings before we ever get to that second hearing. That's the actual adoption, from what I understand. We have Supervisor Bennett and Mr. Johnson that are up next.
Yeah, if I could ask County Council, do we have other ordinances in here that identify the planning director or some of these other people as, situations where then that's where the process ends? It's not automatically appealable to the Board of Supervisors.
Yes, there are other ordinances that do not provide for appeal to the Board of Supervisors, and as I said before, most people don't want to waste their time with an administrative process. They want to go directly to court.
So we have a number of those. My understanding is there have been, I've come across at least 3 or 4 of those other ones that are involved in the planning department, et cetera. Does that seem, but we have multiple ones of these.
Yes,
right?
there are other ordinances.
My second question is, if you write in here that you have the right to appeal to the board, then the board has, I would take that to mean that no matter what somebody objected to, no matter how minor of the issue, if they have the official right to appeal, then we have to have a full appeal hearing here at the board if they appeal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, which is different than us just, so I might just point out one of the reasons, what it was explained to me when I first came in, and I asked this question about, well, why does this stop at the planning director level, for example? And that is that you could have your board tied up with, people constantly making a request, the harbor director and the CEO turning it down, and then you would have to have official, full-blown appeal hearings for each one of those issues if you set this up this way. This does not preclude that somebody can't come to the Board of Supervisors, and if we say, hey, this is a legitimate issue, then we can take action and provide direction to the CEO. Is that correct?
Well, it depends upon the circumstance, but if somebody were threatening litigation, for example, yes, you could.
Right. Okay, so it does not preclude somebody from pointing something out to us that's an egregious error or problem. So, okay.
Thank you. And then we have more speakers, Mr. Johnston and Mr. Flynn.
Just as a point of information, that currently the fact that the harbor is set up as an enterprise activity does not preclude it from general fund. In fact, it is a creature of the general fund, and certainly all of the road department and the public works department, which are different from the general fund, still we use those for other departments. So all that is currently available.
And then finally, Supervisor Flynn again.
Well, excuse me, I'm sorry. We do hear appeals from time to time. Maybe what we're really suggesting is this. If we've taken that right away from people, maybe we ought to re-examine that, our whole appeal process in county government.
I know we have many different forms of appealing in the county, both going to through the Planning Commission, which has final say on things, to the Planning Director that has say on things. We have appeals boards. We have probably 5 different appeals boards that have final say. A lot of, I would say most of them don't come to the board. I would go ahead and ask that we vote. We have a motion from Supervisor Bennett, a second from Supervisor Long. I feel that we're going to have lots of opportunity for input. So this is just another step. We're going to have another meeting, as I understand, in Oxnard to also discuss it, and then a third meeting back in Ventura to adopt an ordinance or revise it and do it all over again. So this is just one small step towards changing this ordinance. Lots more input to come, and I have no problem with making a small step towards that so we can get this finally renewed and approved. So if everyone would please vote. And we have Supervisor Flynn voting no, and otherwise it passing. I'm sorry, Ms. Krieger, you did want to comment about the issue of the city's
Just a quick matter of information. We do communicate regularly with the City of Oxnard. We just had a meeting there yesterday. They have requested a copy of this ordinance once it is approved to look at whether they want to adopt a similar ordinance, revise their ordinance to be similar in Mandalay Bay. And the boat that Mr. Smith was talking about currently sits at our dock. This is the one with the sanding. The agreement, as you might recall, this is partly for the public, is that code enforcement lies in the hands of the city back in Westport and Seabridge. We do not do code enforcement for them back there. So we notify the city of those problems just as the residents do. We just provide enforcement on the water.
And I know Supervisor Foy has a comment on that, and I would just encourage any time we have an opportunity to help streamline the way enforcement is done over there in the harbor with the different agencies that are all involved on it, the better we are. Supervisor Foy, you wanted to comment?
I just wanted to say that I know a comment was made that poor management. I want to tell you from me personally, and I think the rest of this board do support your management and your leadership in the harbor, and your staff, so thank you.
Madam Chair, title of the ordinance, and then just
and this is a first reading.
City of Oxnard on a time, so it will be a night reading, so that timing.
Oh, good.
We talked about in April.
And this will be an additional opportunity to hear, but the ordinance won't be approved till here. And we can have it be a time certain in Oxnard too, so we give plenty of opportunity for people to comment.
Title of the ordinance, Ventura County Ordinance Code Division 6, Chapter 4, Ventura County Harbor Ordinance, repealed and reenacted. Formerly ordinance number 2829, adopted 4/9/1974.
Thank you. It's a lot later than our 9:30 time certains. It's almost noon. I know Mr. Matheny has been waiting here patiently for a very long time, so could you please come give us your report? And this is agenda item 29.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the courtesy, and members of the board, Mr. Johnston. My stomach is growling. I probably is what was tipping things off. Our report on the investment results for the month of November shows that we have slipped down a little bit below that 5% return that we had been enjoying for quite a few months. But that is no surprise because we've seen the interest rate environment slowly slipping down, and it provides a boost in other areas of the economy, so I suppose it all works out in the wash. I will add one thing. Recently in Orange County, there's been a lot of publicity about some of the investments that are contained in their treasury pool, investments known as structured investment vehicles or SIVs. We have no such investments in our pool. They're somewhat controversial because there have been investment downgrades, quality downgrades in the Orange County portfolio. To my knowledge, there have been no actual losses suffered in their portfolio yet, but anytime you have a downgrade, it causes concerns. But we don't have any SIVs in our portfolio, and I just want to assure you that we're proceeding in our customary conservative and cautious way.
Thank you. I know we have one question or comment, Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Foy.
You may not be able to answer this, and I'll appreciate it if you just say you can't. But I am very curious as to how Orange County, after everything that they've gone through, could end up with SIVs in their portfolio. And I'm just curious. I mean, are they so anxious to drive for yield? Is that your perspective? Do you have a perspective on this that you feel comfortable sharing? And
we may have an off-the-record conversation about that, Mr. Bennett. But I would say that from my perspective, to get an extra 20 or 30 basis points on the yield in something that has a credit risk associated with it is not consistent with our investment policy, and it's not consistent with my concept of good stewardship.
And that's what the SIVs yield, 20 or 30 basis points, right? Mm-hmm. 2 to 3/10% for people that are out there listening. Wow. All right. Great. Thank you.
Supervisor Foy?
With this change, and we see the interest rate, we talked about it was going to happen. We knew that was coming. What do we, when we look at that, it's about, what, a quarter point? Because we were, what, a little over 5, just a hair.
From our high water mark, yes, it's about a quarter point.
And our average balance is based on this. What are we talking about income to the county?
I haven't run those figures, but we're at about $1.6 billion through the end of November. Of course, we've had a large increase with property tax revenues. In January, I'll come before you during public comment and just share some of the numbers with you as to where we are in our collections, and also to share with you how our new remittance processing equipment that your board funded has caused an increase in the cash flow.
Oh, okay, so maybe we'll make up some of this a little bit.
Yes,
because
we've
of
got
this.
some efficiencies that are in place.
Great, well, that's good, okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we see a motion by Supervisor Long. Is there someone who would like to second that motion? Who would like to second the motion? But I wanted them to mention it too. we need to be able to voice. I move. Supervisor Flynn has pushed his button, but like I said, I think it's good for the public to hear the individual say motion and second. And you got a motion and a second, and are we ready to vote? And that's to accept. Thank you, Mr. Matheny. I'm sorry we had to keep you so long.
No, I appreciate your courtesy.
We do, time has flied, and we have people waiting on another item on the, is it the CDs one? And then we also have the trauma center. And realistically, we're going to try and get through the time certain items before we go to closed session.
Well, I wonder if we should look at the others also.
We have the dog
'cause
park
once we go to closed session, it's going to be hard to come back out.
I understand. Well, that's why I indicated to staff that we won't get to the regular agenda items until at least 2. So right now, we could move forward. I wouldn't mind taking a 5-minute break if you'd like to, or you just want to plow right through and get through the time certains. Okay, I see that.
That's a plowing look.
But I do have to ask, is this work for our technical people and our clerk and all that, who would like to have a 5-minute break, perhaps?
Roberta needs 1 minute.
Okay, let's take a quick 3 to 5 minute
Then can we
break.
do 34?
Okay, we're coming back from our very brief break. I know we have completed our 9:30 time certains, which is good because it's about noon. We have 3 other time certains I would like to get through, and Supervisor Long has requested of those 3 that we do 34 first. This is regarding funding for the, I'll let you present
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Where are they? They need to be here to hear my pitch.
Supervisor Foy, Supervisor Bennett, we await you. That's wonderful. Supervisor Foy needs to hear your pitch too.
You just walked in.
Yeah, I did just see him. Are you okay with beginning, or would you like to wait? We can go to a different item. Would you like to wait?
Sure.
Okay, how about then instead of 34, we'll do 33, because that isn't as long as 31. 33 is one that's...
requires 4/5 vote.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll be back by then.
Okay, thank you. Or that we won't need it. There's that.
Yeah. That's the other option.
Okay, and this is on a dog park.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Johnson. It's kind of a early Christmas present for the Parks Department to be here in front of you today. Normally I'm here with rate changes or some other negative thing, but here I'm here to hopefully get your approval on accepting a donation from the public to build a dog park in Soul Park, which has been on our deferred maintenance and capital improvement plan for probably 4 or 5 years now, last approved and adopted by your board back in January of '06. We had a group approach the supervisor's office here recently this past summer to readdress the dog park coming off our deferred maintenance plan and getting done. The reason why we haven't really approached it is $30,000 to $40,000 to put a dog park in is 3 or 4 restrooms being renovated by staff. So we were prioritizing the renovations before adding more services to the park, and that's why we didn't really move it up on the priority list. Because the community did come to us, we told them what would be a reasonable target goal for them to get us to move that up, and we set a $20,000 limit that we would like to get to build the park and use enterprise funds to make any shortfalls up. Well, the community rallied and have since came to us and said they've met their goal of $20,000, and I'm here today to get your permission to accept that $20,000 from the community as a donation to the Parks Department for this Old Park dog park. In addition to that is to name the dog park after one of the larger contributors, Son. He wanted to break into his savings bank. Mitchell Edison wanted to break into his savings bank and contribute to the park. His dad stepped up and said no. Mitchell is currently attending a military academy, and when he graduates, wants to eventually become a Navy SEAL. So his dad stepped up with a commitment from $6,000 to $10,000, and I need to amend your board letter. The final contribution will actually be $6,800 because of some other contributors have made up the difference. So the original number I got when I did the board letter was $75, and some others have come up since then. So he's made up the difference now at $6,800, largest contributor, and I ask your board to note that and allow us to name the park after his son.
That's wonderful, good news, particularly for those dog lovers out in Ojai. Supervisor Bennett?
And if I could, this is a happy day, and it's a nice holiday present right before we get ready to break for the holidays and stuff. I'd just like to do a couple things. One, I'd like to laud Steve Edelson for this large donation, and then to name it on behalf of his son, I think is just very appropriate. Who's a great dog lover. I'd also like to laud Tex Williams. And Tex, are you here in the audience there? I didn't know who Tex was, but Tex is the person who coordinated the fundraising part of this. So those two, and then who are the other Ojai contributors that are here? Would you please stand? Right. All right. And you are Susan Grant. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for that. So, one, thank you very much. I mean, I think back to the Oakview Park and rec when the school became available and stuff, and I used this line. I said, the government plays its best role when it helps people help themselves. Basically, this is a partnership. It was not the government going out and doing this all on their own. It was people said, hey, we're willing to help ourselves, and that's when we really get the best bang for the buck and we get the best coordination with government services. I'd also just like to thank staff for their efforts. This is a little unusual, going above and beyond the call of duty in terms of the effort that it takes to put this together. You've worked very professionally with the community, worked very professionally with my office, and I want to compliment you for that. And with that, I think it's this. What's that? Oh, we have a speaker card, so I'll hold off making a motion until we have our speaker.
Yes, and I have Mr. Tex Williams.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Ojai Valley Dog Park Fund to thank Supervisor Bennett, especially for getting us started, working with our mayor, Carol Smith, who is one of the organizers of our group, and especially Ron Van Dyke and the Parks Department staff, and Steve Offerman from your staff, who helped get this going, and publicly thank all of the citizens and dog lovers from Ojai who contributed all of this money to make this happen, and we're looking forward to allowing our dogs to socialize along with their people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and Supervisor Flynn wanted to comment too.
Yes, I congratulate and thank you too, but I do have a question about the enterprise fund. The enterprise fund is going to play a role here. It's going to provide some money for upkeep and so forth.
It will come out of user fees, will be the continual upkeep for that section of the park. We fully expect, for all practical purposes, will be a zero wash as far as the park operations are concerned.
That answered my question.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bennett, did you want to also?
Yeah, I did. That's a topic I did want to mention, and I hope that the representatives of the dog park effort will go back to the community and emphasize to them that one of the conditions on this was that we need to make this revenue neutral because we have more parks than we can support. And so there will be user fees associated with this, and we just hope that people will cooperate. But in terms of the benefit, I can remember back in the mid-'90s, we were talking about the first dog park in the city of Ventura. And there was tremendous resistance by staff and all kinds of problems associated with it. I'll tell you, when you go to the dog parks in the city of Ventura, they are a tremendous community asset in terms of the social networking that goes on and the things that it does. People that, elderly people that are very dependent upon their relationship with their dogs and all that. There you go. So I think dog parks have a tremendous value, and so I would now I'm happy to make the motion for to approve the recommended action.
Thank you, Supervisor Long. Seconds, and in addition to all the people and the social aspects, those dogs love it. It's the best. All right, we do have the motion a second. Could you please vote? Great. I think it's wonderful naming after his son. I probably would have named it after my dog. Well, we have to know where the pecking order is. All right, and that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And now, yes, that's wonderful. We'll go ahead back to our 11 a.m. time certain. This is something Supervisor Long would like to have called out of order, and that's
yes, and I'm sure Supervisor Bennett's going to listen as he walks out the back. Okay. All right. This is before us, and thank you, Madam Chair. This item is a request for a $75,000 appropriation for the U.S. Navy Civil Engineering Corps CB Museum in Ventura County. And I think we have an opportunity here to contribute to what is a community asset. We have an opportunity here that is not precedent-setting because this board has supported contributions to our Ventura County Museum. And we have an opportunity here to honor the history and the service of the Seabees in our county. as my board letter details, they have invested in our county in many ways, certainly as CBs for that military importance and the history in our county, as a workforce in our county, and as a contributor to our county for many, many projects that have benefited us both economically and as a social service contribution in the CB's volunteering, and as you see in the letter, where they've supported projects that we've asked them to support and those that they've stepped forward to support. Habitat for Humanity, our rain shelter, Boys and Girls Club, Casa Pacifica, the California Youth Authority, university. They have contributed in response to a call for assistance when it came to floods. When it comes to most disasters, the CBs are always there if called upon. They are the can-do of our military partnership in this county. I say that this is an investment because we get a match for our $75,000, and that match will go a long way towards the final completion of this CB museum. And I'll pass this concept design down so you can see it. Right now, the museum sits inside the fence, so it isn't as user-friendly, and particularly after 9/11, it became even harder for people who care about the history of the CBs and people in this community who want to honor that and visit the museum. So the foundation that was set up by very good, caring people across the nation, not just out of Ventura County, because they set a significant goal to raise $12 million. So across the nation, people who were former CBs, who cared about the CBs, came together, formed this foundation to raise these funds, and they're the ones who said it must be outside of the fence so that it becomes both an economic engine, a tourist attraction, and an honor to the CB history in this county. So this campaign is well underway. As you see in the board letter, they're real close to getting across that big line that they've set for themselves. They are very committed to reach that line, and I will say that these one-time funds that we would contribute that would be matched is a investment and a lifelong respect to be shown to the CBs in our county, to the CBs in our nation, and as I've already mentioned, just a great community asset for both the economy and the investment. And as was just said by my esteemed supervisor, Bennett, government plays the best role when it helps people to help themselves. And I see that these dollars will help people to help themselves to reach this goal. And that's what I put forward. And I'm going to put the motion on the table. Well, no, I want to wait to hear what's said and hear the public comments.
I do have 2 public comment cards, and Supervisor Flynn, would you like to hear the public comments before you speak? Thank you. Bob Quinn, followed by Timothy Buckley. Good afternoon.
It is afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. I would just like to touch on a couple of points that are well covered in Supervisor Long's report. This is a National CB Museum. It is not just the Port Hueneme Museum. This is the museum for the CBs, for the nation. It will be a world-class, state-of-the-art museum. It recognizes the achievements of the CBs who've gone before us and gives some incentive for those we hope will come behind us. In addition to the museum itself, which will attract visitors to this area, which should add to the economic engine in Ventura County, it will add to our educational opportunities from grade school, middle school, high school, and the universities. There will be programs hands-on not to recruit young people to come into the Navy or the Seabees, but to encourage them and to educate them about the construction industry, engineering, and architecture as possible venues for their future. We will have a changing exhibit gallery which will add to the cultural capabilities of this county, which will bring to all of us who live here museum exhibits from museums all over the country. Again, not limited to Navy or Seabees, but just to bring for our enjoyment and education exhibits from all kinds of museums around the country. In addition to the museum, there is an archive. This is the official record of the Seabees and of the Civil Engineer Corps. It's used by a great number of researchers, and that will further attract people to come here and add additionally to the educational opportunities available to folks in this area. Many of us, I happen to be one of them, came from strange places like Wisconsin, was assigned to Port Hueneme, and decided that this was a wonderful place to live, and I'm now a resident of Oxnard. I have been off and on since 1960 and permanently since 1986. There are a great number of people in this county who followed that same trail. They came here as Seabees and saw what a wonderful place Ventura County was and what wonderful people live here, and they have chosen to become residents, bringing with them the technical skills that they learn as Seabees. So that, I think, is a great additional benefit, and the National Museum here will further that. I firmly believe that this is an investment in the future of the citizens of Ventura County, and we thank you very much for considering this and strongly encourage your yes vote, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Timothy Buckley.
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I retired Seabee. When they closed Davisville, I said to my wife, there's two places they send Seabees, Gulfport, Mississippi, and Port Hueneme, California. And she said, I am not going to Mississippi. So here I am. And I had the opportunity to take a young lieutenant sitting there up for a camping trip at Bridgeport, California for mountain warfare back in the early 70s. So I've been here in numerous battalions, and the greatest joy that I have is talking to school kids who come to that museum. Museums are the greatest place in the world for school kids to learn about history. You have the Maritime Museum, you have your Agriculture Museum, and we have the Seabee Museum. And I tell those kids how General Patton got to Berlin, and how the Enola Gay and Boxcar were able to drop those bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I tell them about the great train robbery that happened in Korea, and the other things that we do, and we did in Vietnam, in Lebanon, and now what we're doing in Iraq. And I tell them about the humanitarian things that we do that people know nothing about. And not only do we get young kids in there, but we get the greatest generation coming through, because somewhere when they were in World War II, they heard this little term called the Seabee, and they like to know what they're about. So with your generous donation, we can keep the Seabee Museum going and keep the kids educated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have a few supervisors who would like to comment in order. Supervisor Flynn would be next.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to support the motion that will be made to make this contribution for a whole bunch of reasons, and let me just give a couple of them. You know, when BRAC comes around, we always worry that we're going to lose the bases, and that now it's one base, but when I was on the 95 BRAC, it was two bases. And we always looked at Mississippi as being the other one. You referred to it. And then we looked at the senator from Mississippi, Senator Trent Lott, and said to ourselves, how in the world are we going to fight him? And what the museum will do is anchor down, I think, the Seabee base and the Navy base in Ventura County. But the contributions are amazing. There was a group of Seabees last month who worked on rebuilding a mobile home. They did it on their own time. They volunteered. Rebuilding a mobile home for a real poor family that lives in Oxnard. 5 of them did that on their own. But the many contributions of the base to Ventura County are just numerous and add up to a lot of dollars. And I remember when you were the commanding officer and went to see you and saluted you, asked you for a favor. with Silver Strand Beach was not an expensive favor. You helped out tremendously. So the base is a fundamental part of Ventura County, so we're making that contribution because of that.
Thank you. And now Supervisor Long and then
Yes.
Supervisor Foy.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'll wrap this up too, and certainly acknowledge Steve Thomas, who is here with us on this issue as part of the foundation effort in raising the funds. And I only say that because as Steve has sat here this morning, I wondered how many BMWs could you have sold in the time you've sat in this boardroom, Steve? But he has been very generous and very much committed to this foundation and the work here. I wanted to say, because I forgot to say it, any question in the board's mind as to these one-time dollars being used, and I want you to think about for this nonprofit foundation, but for the greater good of this, the benefits of this museum. Think about when we allocate CBDG monies to nonprofits who do wonderful good things in our community, both in the way of public services that we allocate those funds to, and to facilities. And you may say, well, those aren't our funds, but they are our funds. They are taxpayer dollar funds. This serves a clear public purpose, a clear county benefit, and I urge your support, and I put a motion on the floor for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Flynn. Second, Supervisor Foy, comments?
This is I had the opportunity to have Mr. Quinn give us a review of this program, and we have a copy of it up here, and it looks like it's going to be a tremendous museum with the opportunity for, I think we need to probably recruit some kids in there. It's good to get them into the CBs and get them into the Navy. We should use it, and it's excellent. I think also that historically we need to make sure that we remember what's happened and do that, illustrate it through these types of museums, and I think it's very good, and honor the men and women who worked so hard to do what they did, and we continue to do that, and it's great that Ventura County has that opportunity to have that here, and I think that's important, and that the nonprofit, I think what I heard is you'd raised almost $12 million and probably going to have to raise another $5 or $6 million to maybe complete that thing. So you've got a lot of community support and who have looked favorably on this issue, and I think that's great. It's a tremendous thing, and I've spent a lot of time on this. But on the other side, this is the most difficult thing for me to do, is to say again, we have a nonprofit organization that is raising money on the outside for something that is for the Navy. I think the Navy is going to take this over when it's done, which is great to have them do that. But again, it's use of taxpayer dollars that for a nonprofit organization, and this is very difficult for me. As you know, saw me stay here earlier today, have a difficult situation giving taxpayer dollars to something that does not is not what I would call the foundational elements of government. I know this situation will pass here on this board, and I'm glad that people have convictions, but I have to follow clear with my convictions only because I do believe that the taxpayers ask us to spend money on things that what government only can do and what they can't do themselves. This has been tremendous because we have $12 million already raised. I personally would like to make a personal contribution to this because I do believe in it, and I do believe the military to me is, and the service that they provide is so critical, and we see that we have the opportunity to sit here because of the freedoms that they bring us. But I still have a hard time with the taxpayers don't give us that permission to do that. Some people would say, well, we do give to maybe Boys and Girls Clubs. Well, we really, in a sense, contract with them to provide youth services for our kids, and that's what we do with those people in those organizations. But I just, again, I don't want anybody to think that I do not support this, because I support this 110%. But my conviction is that I don't believe the taxpayers give us the permission to give taxpayer dollars to a nonprofit organization. So I have to stand firm on my convictions. And I think I want to thank Supervisor Long for bringing it, because it's great to recognize how important this whole project is, and how hopefully for the CBs, I'm glad we have the National Museum here, and remember history and what they've done. So I just can't support that, but thank you.
Supervisor Bennett?
I will be supporting the motion, but I have a request. I was a history teacher for 20 years before I came here, and I know about all those examples you referred to, except the Great Train Robbery in Korea. And could you, if you have any short information about that, I'd just love to have you send it to my office. Thank you very much.
I also appreciate the museum. I really think it's great that you can get this off the ground. We're working on one out in Thousand Oaks area, the Ventura County Children's Discovery Center that I helped found, and I realize how difficult it is to get something like this moving. So I do give you incredible credit for being able to do that, and I think that's just part of that CB's can-do attitude. I also, unfortunately, share the same position, not necessarily unfortunately, but unfortunately for the museum, that Supervisor Foy has expressed, just that I look at the base services that we need to do in Ventura County. I look at, for example, things such as sidewalks and how much we can give to the homeless shelter and things that I think that are really needed in the community that aren't going to be done by anyone else but the county. And I think it's wonderful that you have been able to muster so much support. I see that you've received funds from the City of Camarillo, Oxnard, and Port Hueneme, as well as the Harbor District, and I think that's excellent. Unfortunately, I just don't see being able to support this with taxpayer dollars at this time. If we had a good wealth of money in our budget available for this, I would support it. But at this point, I just see too many needs out there, and this one isn't at the top of the list. So unfortunately, I have to vote against this, but do appreciate the CBs, and like Supervisor Forrest, thinking this is something I personally would support too with my own contribution, but I can't do it with taxpayer dollars. So with that, I'll have to vote no, and if everyone will please vote.
May I say I'll also make a contribution?
Okay, and so that motion, was that a 4/5 that you needed? Okay, so because it needs a 4/5, it doesn't pass. At budget time, it might be another opportunity to look at something like this.
Your thing at the bottom says vote passes.
Okay, and so, yes, I'm sorry, too. Supervisor Flynn?
Right, we're going to, I hope we bring this up again at budget time to consider it again and to consider the 4 votes that are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. And that gets us past our 11 a.m. time certain, but we still have one more time certain item, and that is our trauma system discussion. And this is, thank you, Ms. Henderson, Mr. Fisher. This is item 31, and I'm sorry that it has taken as long as it has to get to this, and then after this we'll get to our important closed session. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and Johnny Johnson, excuse my voice this morning. The EMS agency is preparing to embark on the process of establishing a formal and coordinated trauma system for the County of Ventura. The presentation will include the following, and it will increase your understanding of what a trauma system entails. Number 1 will be the definition of trauma. Number 2 will be the components of a trauma system. Number 3 will be the levels of trauma centers. Number 4 are local statistics. And number 5, the process by which we establish such a system. So I now turn over the podium to our Emergency Medical Services Administrator and Public Health Division Manager, Barry Fisher, who will take us through the PowerPoint. And we can do this quickly for you.
Good afternoon, board members. Mr. Johnston, again, Barry Fisher, Administrator for the EMS agency for the county. Let me see if I can. There we go. Okay. What is a trauma system? A lot of people think of a trauma system as, okay, if you're shot, if you're stabbed, if you're in a serious car accident, that's all a trauma system takes care of. But it's bigger than that. That's just a small portion that we deal with. The goal, as outlined in the American College of Surgeons, which has set up a group to deal just with trauma, they started up in 1922. So it's very well researched. It's accepted nationally, and that's something that we're going to follow as their guidelines. The goal is to decrease the risk and burden of injury to individuals in society, and I'll cover that in a following slide. There's several components of the system, obviously the pre-hospital care, emergency medical services, private ambulance companies, fire departments, police departments, and so on. Trauma facilities, such as designated trauma hospitals, which we'll get to. Information technology, that's going to be a big key in establishing a trauma system for our county, is how are we doing with trauma? What is the next step we need to take? Are we doing things correctly? Do we need to modify some of the things that we do? Evaluation of the system through the information technology, and ultimately injury prevention. How do we prevent trauma from happening? Trauma care. Again, most people see it as severe types of injuries. As you can see on this graph that we put up here, is most of the trauma nationwide is not severe. It's more of the minor type injuries. Of course, we have blunt injuries from vehicle crashes, falls, penetrating injuries, stabbing, shootings, and burns. Looking at the graph itself, it talks about an inclusive system. Inclusive, again, from EMS through the hospital system. And I wanted to point out something that occurred a few years ago at one of our local hospitals, and again, it'll point towards why we want to take this next step to a formal trauma system, is we had a carpenter that had cut a tendon in his hand. That carpenter sat in the emergency department while the physician tried to get that patient transferred out to a facility outside the county that could handle re-implantation and connect that tendon again. Unfortunately, several hours elapsed and that didn't take place. That carpenter lost the use of his hand, his lifeblood for his profession. So that's unfortunate. With the trauma system, as we get further into it, I'll explain how that would be prevented by having a formal trauma system. Trauma systems, it's an organized pattern of readiness and response. The lead agency is our EMS agency. We go to pre-hospital care, again, the field providers, hospitals and trauma centers. Part of this process would be to designate 1, 2, 3 centers. We just don't know yet. It's too early in the planning process to give you a number at this point. Interfacility transfer agreements. Agreements from a lower level care hospital to a higher level of care. That would include agreements outside the county. For this carpenter, it would have had an agreement set up with a facility outside of our county to where that doctor picked up the phone and said, I've got this particular injury, we need to get him taken care of right away. That would have been automatic. That physician wouldn't have to shop for services. So that would be done ahead of time in place to where you pull the trigger and things get moving. And injury system quality improvement, and again, injury prevention. How do we prevent these things from happening? There's several different levels of trauma facilities. I'm sure you've heard in the news and other media, there's several different types of trauma centers. Briefly, a level 1 is a university-based system, usually has a trauma research program attached to it. And it usually has services such as cardiac and thoracic surgery, as well as re-implantation. So for severed limbs and things like that, they've got staff that are on duty to handle that. What we're probably looking for our county is the next 3 levels. Level 2, clinically equivalent to a level 1 with the things that I mentioned previously. Specialty services immediately available. That's a big one. You hear lots of shortages with neurologists, with orthopedists. That would require that a hospital that is designated to have these people at their disposal. So once the patient arrives through the emergency room doors, they've got that specialty right there. Again, it's not the physician shopping for these specialties. They have it right there when the patient needs it. And level 2s take care of moderate to severe trauma. Level 3s, specialty services on call and promptly available, and moderate trauma. Most of our hospitals, if we had to say, well, what category do they fit in? Most of the hospitals fit in the level 3 type thing, specialty services on call and promptly available. And the level 4, stabilized in the emergency department and transferred out to a higher level of care. Trauma systems in California, it falls under the Health and Safety Code of the state, and it's at the option of the local EMS agency and at the option of your board whether or not we want to establish a trauma system. We are one of 2 counties in the state that do not have a formal trauma plan with the state, and I'll get to that in a little bit. But again, it's a local option, although there has been regulations that have been put forth over the past few years to require each county to have a trauma system, but that has never passed both the Senate and Assembly. California Code of Regulations set out the minimum standards. It's very specific on what needs to be included in a trauma system. Of course, we would meet those minimum standards, but again, modeling after the American College of Surgeons, we would like to provide more than just the bare minimum standards. This is just a off the state EMS website. You look down by Oxnard, it looks like we have trauma centers, but that's actually Santa Barbara County and Cottage Hospital. So in Ventura County, there are no designated trauma centers within our county jurisdiction. What we looked at several years ago in 2003 is how much trauma are we seeing in the county? And this is all levels of trauma. It could be a minor type injury to severe injuries, and we divided it up between East and West County. We just ran a new report for 2006, and those numbers have increased by about 9%, almost 10%.
Can you let us know? Can you get us a breakdown of what percentage of those are severe? And
yeah, I can go back to the report and.
I don't want you to spend a lot of time if you have it broken down.
Yeah,
like
we
that.
do have it broken down. I could ship that out to all of you.
Since he's interrupted, you're saying that part of this relies on being able to have agreements in place so that you don't have to go shopping around for a physician in an event of a trauma. The question is, would your shopping around, that would be by agreement now, be just within the county? Or are you looking at going outside the county? I think you would be going to.
It would be with both. Let's say within the county we have a level 2 center and a level 3 center. Patients at the level 3 center needs more specialized treatment, so they would go to a level 2 center. So that agreement would be in place.
So we would have agreements, say, with Children's Hospital in Los Angeles, for example, already in place?
We could.
We could. Okay.
We're looking
Do they
more.
need to have the same kind of system in place? And I imagine it would be reciprocal, too, so that they could
That's
use
correct.
our
We would look at
physicians.
agreements that would go between whether it's Santa Barbara County or Los Angeles County or even Kern County for that matter, all the border counties. But specifically for out-of-county transfers, if we had somebody that had a severed limb, they would go out to a level 1 trauma center, probably in the Los Angeles area. So
And by having this in a place in advance, it will allow for a speedier addressing of the injury?
correct. Instead of the doctor calling various facilities and spending time on the phone, it would be automatic. We've got this type of injury. We've got an agreement with this hospital in Los Angeles or Santa Barbara, and they're shipped at that point. So the patient care is much better.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What are we doing currently? Currently, patients are generally transported to the closest hospital, and that's not a bad thing. I'd say that's a good thing. All the hospitals within the county provide exceptional care. So we've gotten to this point because we haven't, we've had, as I mentioned earlier, the carpenter with the injury. Sure, those things pop up, but all in all our facilities within the county have provided top-notch care. This really zeroes in on specifically trauma and how we treat trauma patients, how we get them to higher levels of care, and so on by putting in a trauma plan. Ventura County Trauma System, again, would start with the EMS personnel. We would have certain treatment protocols, triage protocols, where the patients are going to be directed from the field. So instead of going, you may not go to the closest facility, the field personnel would make a determination that this patient needs to go to a trauma center, and they would be taken directly to that center, bypassing possibly another hospital. But again, that's good patient care that eliminates time, which is key in treating trauma patients. We put together standards for equipment, staffing, and treatment. We would provide the oversight from our agency as part of this process. We've looked at several different counties that actually charge facilities for being designated as trauma centers. And what that charge would do would come back to the EMS agency that would allow us to add a trauma nurse coordinator that specifically looks at this, would add a data person to look at all the trauma data that comes from the hospitals and that we generate locally. So moving forward, that will help us really zero in on what our trauma is for the county. And again, injury prevention. We just don't want to look at data and numbers. We want to know specifics, and are these injuries preventable, and can we do any public outreach to limit the injuries and types of injuries that we're seeing. Okay, how do we go about doing this? We've actually started preliminarily by talking with each of the hospitals within the county, and we've tasked them with identifying specific surgeons, medical directors, hospital administrators to sit on a stakeholders group. They're going to be key to our planning process and moving forward, and taking the current data that we have, pulling it together, and seeing what is best for the entire county, not just a geographic region, but the entire county as a whole. How best can we respond as a system to take care of these patients? So the stakeholder group is going to be very important, and again, we've started engaging the hospitals with that. That group will look at the system needs, eventually prepare a plan, go through plan approval with our agency, and eventually back to your board for approval, and sent up to the state for their ultimate approval. The plan will be implemented, and from there on out, once we have a plan in place, system monitoring and oversight to make sure that we're doing everything that we need to be doing. Oh, did I miss one? Okay, trauma stakeholder meeting. Again, the county would be the lead agency, hospitals, emergency departments, transport providers. We would present a concept plan and requirements to the stakeholder committee to make an ultimate decision on where we need to go. Trauma system design. We'll perform a needs assessment. What type of needs, what type of levels of trauma hospitals will we need within the county, and ultimately determine the fiscal impact. is this something that the hospitals can maintain? Because as you can see, with the requirements and having specialists on site, it is an expensive program to run, and can the hospitals participate at that level?
I'm just going to, so I don't have to say it later.
Okay.
That's exactly the point that I would just want to make sure we don't lose sight of as we go forward.
Yes.
I mean, I think we just have to keep very sober and very practical about that analysis. I think there are a lot of advantages to a trauma center, but we can't lose sight of that very critical piece. Right. Thank you.
So going, as a recap, preparing the trauma plan, the policies, the data collection system we will use, and once that's all in a nice, neat little package, then we will host public hearings that the public is invited to attend and provide their input into it. And from there, we would provide or prepare a final trauma plan, which would be brought back to your board. So here's the approval process, stakeholder recommendation to EMS. We would then take it to you for your formal approval, and we would send it up to the state EMS authority for their approval of the plan. Implementation. Once we get through the actual trauma plan, how we want our system to look at that point, we currently have 4 out of the 8 hospitals in the county have expressed an interest in becoming designated as trauma centers. So that's a good thing. The number of trauma centers, the level, and that type of thing, that's something that we're going to have to continue working through to determine what's best for our county. And as part of that, we would go out to potentially a bid process if we don't have consensus on where trauma centers should be and levels of trauma centers. We would go through a formal bid process that would help identify that. And through that process, we would actually have an outside consultant come in. We've started initial discussions with the American College of Surgeons to be our outside consultant and experts to look at any bid proposals and do site reviews and that type of thing. After that, they would make a recommendation. The EMS agency would actually designate the trauma centers, and from there we would go into a training of EMS personnel. Evaluation of monitoring, quality assurance process. I previously mentioned a trauma nurse coordinator that we'd need to bring on staff that would be incorporated into our countywide trauma and quality assurance committee, and we would be required to provide reports to the state every 2 years, and we would have to include statistics in our annual EMS plan that we currently do.
You think that would be a full-time job?
That would be a full-time job. And again, with the data person would also be a full-time position. With that, I'll open it up to any questions, but we wanted to give the board a head start and let you know on what we'd like to do and direction that we're heading, and again, open to any comments or questions.
You may have stepped out when you said it. What's the time frame for rolling this out?
It could be anywhere from 6 to 18 months.
Thank you.
And I would just think that there are grants out there for this. Am I correct?
There used to be. The state used to provide grants for trauma system evaluation and pulling plans together. There was a assessment that was done back in 2000, an initial assessment of trauma in Ventura County that was paid for by a state grant. Unfortunately, as times got tough and continue to be tough with the state, they took most of the federal money that they used for grants like this and put it into the state EMS agency's general fund. So they haven't had a grant process in place at the state level for several years now.
And obviously, we would encourage you to look. If there are, I would think also Homeland Security funds, because you have some system like this in place, it can be really helpful in national disasters too. So.
Correct. And as part of this process, we're considering charging application fees for hospitals that are interested to help offset our county costs of putting a plan together and pulling in an outside consultant to review our plan.
Certainly, it has real benefits there if we can utilize other agreements to have physicians available on call when we need them and when they're most needed. Does the board wish to make a motion
Madam
or
Chair?
comment? Yes, Supervisor Long?
Got some comments. One is to thank you for the report, and thank you, all of you sitting out there, and I know that took a lot of people already engaged in this dialogue, so that in itself is a benefit. Appreciate the hospitals who self-identified their interest. Obviously, a lot of work in front of us. The two key things I think has been said by the board is the needs assessment and the fiscal impact. Don't get ahead of us. Make sure that this comes back to us when that information is available and ready for us to have review of it. The stakeholders and the public and public meetings are very important, but you raise expectations ahead of the board, understanding what it's going to mean to the cost and the impact and the needs. So just caution. But thanks for the work on it. Motion to receive and file.
We have a motion to receive and file and a second to that motion.
I do have speaker. If you look at your...
It doesn't appear on my screen that you have asked to speak, but maybe I'm on the wrong line.
Well, it is here, though. Let me just ask you a question. Cottage Hospital has a trauma center.
That's correct.
And do you have any idea of the costs that hospital has experienced with the trauma center?
I
That
don't
you can
know.
share with us later, not now.
Yeah, I don't know about actual costs that they've incurred, but from what we've heard through discussions with them is that they're actually making money being designated as a trauma center.
Okay, I wanted to say I appreciate your report. I think we're on the right track. There are fiscal issues, but we need to see what other areas like Santa Barbara County contracts with Cottage Hospital to provide health services. So that information will be important. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Steve Bennett wishing to speak next. Is that right? Yeah.
I'm looking forward to voting on this because I'm filing an unfair labor practice for 5 hours without lunch. It's time.
All right. With that, then, if we can all vote, and I think at least one of us has not voted yet. Great. It passes to receive and file unanimously. Thank you for the good work. Always trying to do more, and that's great. At this time, then, we're going to go into our closed session, and I anticipate we'll be back from that closed session at 2 o'clock, and I don't know if we're going to have an announcement. I'll leave that to you. What would you say?
I can only speak to 35 and 36 on the agenda. There will be no announcement on those two items.
We won't.
37
Okay.
is your call.
Okay. So, and we may end up in closed session again at the end of the day, too, because we have a lot. Thank you. Good afternoon. We've come back from our closed session, which isn't yet done, so we'll do that again at the end of the board meeting. But this is December 18th, 2007, the last Board of Supervisors meeting of the year 2007, I might add. I'm prepared to just walk us through the agenda item by item. However, if there are members of the public for one of the agendized items, let us know and I'll make it so we don't have to wait too long to get to the item that you're here to speak for. So not seeing members of the public necessarily, I'll go to the next item on our agenda, which would be 40 on the regular agenda, and this is regarding the Fire Protection District and some thermal imaging cameras. Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. I'm Vaughn Miller, and I represent the district on this grant issue. Earlier this year, Ojai Valley Inn asked the district if they would be interested in accepting grant funds to put 2 thermal imaging cameras on a couple of their apparatus that serve the area. So we applied for the grant, and now we stand before the board asking ratification of our grant application and approval to accept the grant funds.
Okay. I do have one speaker here. Supervisor Bennett wanted to comment, and I note that Mr. Foy has already made the motion. So we'll start with the speakers. Supervisor Bennett, you have a question?
Got aced out in my own district, in my own city, in my own Ohio Valley, and everything. Trash this whole system. No, I'm joking. I just wanted to, I just think it's fairly remarkable that a major business in the Ojai Valley stepped forward and said this is a good thing. This is something that's going to benefit every citizen in the Ojai Valley. It's not something targeted specifically for them. I think it's just another example of Ojai Valley. We just saw it earlier today with the dog park, but Ojai Valley people stepping forward, taking care of their own community and stuff. So certainly,
do you want to make that motion?
I support. I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second the motion. Or
go ahead and make the motion, Supervisor Bennett.
All right.
So Supervisor Bennett's making the motion.
There we go. All right.
And
thank you, Supervisor Foy.
And Supervisor Foy can do the second. We now have the opportunity to vote to ratify that.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. And we'll see everyone has voted. We'll go to our next item. That was approved unanimously. The next item is item 41, and this is regarding lease of Channel Islands Harbor. Afternoon, Ms. Krieger, again.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mr. Johnston, Lynn Krieger from the Harbor Department. This is a rather straightforward item, I believe, this afternoon. It has to do with Gray Star, the owners of several leasehold interests in the harbor. And I just want to report to you, the lessee's here, and he has also been here since 8:30 this morning, so I want to give him credit for his patience today. So far, under the new leases, they have invested over $5 million in the apartments, and as you know, about $11 million in the Hampton Inn. In each case, it's more than double what was required in their lease, and I don't believe that investment is at an end. What's under request for you today to consider is assignment. We have to do it as a form of assignment. These particular lessees do not have lenders, they have investors. And they are moving from having GE Capital as their equity partner to having MetLife, Metropolitan Life, as their equity partner. We see that as an upgrade in their equity source. GE Capital tends to be a short-term hold. That's the reason. MetLife tends to hold properties for a much longer period of time, which means they won't have to go through this again. The second piece of this is that the portion that is a loan would be moving to the Hartford Financial Services Group. We have also worked with this entity before. So the recommendation has 3 parts. The consent to the assignments. It changes the name of the corporation, does not change the managing partner, does not change who we do business with on a daily basis. Then a consent to the new encumbrance, and then authorize the director, as usual, to execute the documents to implement the consent. And unless there are questions, that's all I have.
Supervisor Bennett, you have a question?
Yeah, I have one question, and it's doesn't have to be specific. I mean, it's not going to influence where we go with this at this point in time. But can we get into these leases in the future? Anything that would help us just with the recovery of our cost in terms of the reviewing? There's some legal reviews that we go through, et cetera. Can we get this created in such a way so that when these transfers take place in the future, they're cost neutral to the county? That's what
our rate and fee schedule that you have approved does allow for that now. And in fact, we were just talking this morning to Mr. Whitman about passing the legal bill for Herbalizer onto his corporate accountants to pay. We do have reimbursement agreements now with a number of lessees.
All right, we do. All right,
And that's a
thank you
big
very
help.
much.
And they have been one of the cooperative parties in that whole
Great, thank you.
arrangement.
And we do have one card, and Mr. Whitman has been waiting all day.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Wes Whitman representing Gray Star Real Estate Partners. Appreciate so much you guys hearing us out today and helping us with this lease transfer. We think this is a great, as you've seen hopefully in the past, we've with our GE partnership, we've taken these apartments that were in need of a lot of repair and have invested, as Ms. Krieger said, nearly $5 million in these in the apartments, and we think dramatically improved the living experience for the residents there, and have seen just a great improvement in the resident satisfaction as well. What we see as a huge opportunity for us is to recapitalize this property with MetLife, and as you all know, we're investors in the harbor and a lot more than just these apartments, and as such would like to stay here, and we're bringing MetLife in the Hartford, and very excited to kind of continue our investment, and we will continue to invest in these apartments as well. So we've got some additional upgrades, cleaning up more deferred maintenance and improving the units that much further. So we're real excited and just would appreciate your support on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's nice to see the continued investment on this, and looks like some even better investors. So, does the board have any? Okay, we have Supervisor Bennett.
I
and
have
then
a question.
Supervisor
With
Long.
MetLife coming in, are we going to see the big Snoopy balloon?
I'm trying to get everyone a ride on the blimp.
Great. Good.
I've been asking for that since we partnered with them.
Thank you.
Apparently, it's an exclusive privilege, but we'll see what we can do.
Thank you. Supervisor Long.
I put a motion forward to support this, and just to say that you have made commitments and promises, and you fulfilled them, and I think this is a very solid request to make, and look forward to your continued investment.
Thank you. And Supervisor.
I withdrew.
Good job. And then now we have the motion and the second, so at this time, shall we go ahead and vote? This is the approval of the lease assignments. Thank you. And that motion looks like it passes and unanimous. Supervisor Flynn, would you vote, please? Thank you. Oh, I see. Then it's a 4-0 vote. Supervisor Flynn is abstaining on that one. And we'll move on now to the Healthcare Agency. And we have Dr. Levin here on an annual report that he gives to the board.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. The syringe replacement program has been established in Ventura County for the past 6 years. There are 2 syringe replacement sites in Ventura County, one in the city of Ventura and one in the Santa Clara Valley. Each is open for 2 hours a week. The syringe replacement sites accommodate approximately 1,400 encounters per year now, which is an increase of 200 from the total encounters of 2005-2006. Approximately 12,000 syringes have been collected over the past year, and this reduces the hazard of unintentional needle sticks throughout the county. Had those needles been tossed into trash cans, parking lots, parks, or other places frequented by our residents, they'd be there'd be accidents waiting to happen. Nationally, syringe replacement programs have been shown to reduce the spread of infections without increasing illegal drug use. Additionally, studies indicate that distributing clean syringes to injection drug users does not contribute to drug-related crime, and indeed we've never had any crime reported in our county related to these sites. No crimes have been reported. Ventura County Rainbow Alliance continues to sponsor the syringe replacement program. The Rainbow Alliance offers an effective program that includes education and street and community outreach and risk reduction materials and referrals, including to programs where people might quit the use of drugs. Ventura County Rainbow Alliance operates and will continue to operate the syringe replacement program through private donations at no cost to the county. Raising the funds to supply this program is laborious and challenging. However, the potential cost savings resulting from the reduced transmission of blood-borne pathogens continues to be enormous, and for any of these, the least amount of public expense is $200,000 to $300,000 for any of the major diseases, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, or HIV. Additionally, the original volunteers who staff the program remain until today and hold steadfast in their commitment to the program. And I was trying to get them to come out today, and I'm wondering if any of them are here now. I don't think so. What's that? They didn't wait all day. But they've just done a wonderful job. They've been very committed to this program. And we're very grateful to you, the board, for having supported this program. Are there any questions I can answer?
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
Yeah, it's not a question. I'd like to point out what Dr. Levin just said to just make sure that it gets emphasized. The Ventura County Rainbow Alliance operates this all with private donations, so it's not being funded with taxpayer money, number one. But two, I think the most remarkable thing is they have the same volunteers that started this program years ago still with the program. Really speaks volumes about those people's commitment to this particular program and their interaction that they have with you. I think you've been extremely supportive of them, and you've done a good job of fostering this program. Thank you.
And we have a motion. Supervisor Long, were you going to make the motion? Thank you. And the second, Supervisor Flynn, you're making the second? Yes. Okay. Seeing that, will the board please vote? And we'll go ahead and deem that one approved. Thank you for your report. Our next item on the agenda then is item number 43. And this is also with the Healthcare Agency. Ms. Henderson?
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the board, Johnny Johnson, I'm Linda Henderson, Director of Public Health. I'm pleased to bring this item before you. When we lost the OERU funds, First Five graciously stepped forward not to replace those dollars, but to enhance the HOPE program, which was the original health outreach program that we based our whole Healthcare for Kids on. And this additional funds will allow us to put community health workers into the neighborhoods for learning as part of a team to increase enrollment into health coverage, to teach parents how to use their health coverage that they get, to help parents set up that first appointment, which is so important to establish a medical home, and to ensure that there's follow-through once that appointment is made. So I'm very grateful to First Five again for their commitment to health access, and pleased to bring this item to you today.
Thank you. And I noticed that it also involves the hiring allocations of 2 positions.
Yes.
And those positions are for the grant term?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions or a motion? By Supervisor Long, and a second? You, Supervisor? Thank you. We have a motion and a second then, and I'll ask that we go ahead and vote. And it looks like we've all voted, and we have all voted in support, so that passes unanimously.
An appreciation to First Five for stepping forward.
Yes. On both of those items, appreciation for those who are stepping forward to assist in these county programs. The next item with our healthcare agency, this one is from the Medical Center, and this is ratification or approval too.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, Mr. Johnson, members of the board. The item before you is a request to ratify and approve a 2-year, $150,000 grant from the Kaiser Foundation to pay for our participation in a performance improvement project sponsored by the Society of Critical Care Medicine. The funds will be used to pay for a part-time staff position as well as computer equipment needed to collect data and educate staff regarding critical care treatment. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Cindy Cole, our Director of Nursing, and also Judith Overmeyer, our Clinical Nurse Manager for the ICU, who put the time in to submit a grant application and receive these funds. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Do we have a motion then? I'm sorry, Supervisor Flynn, did you make the motion? Okay, would you please verbalize it too, so that the people know that you've moved and Supervisor Long has second. Thank you. Seeing no objection, that passes. And if everyone will please vote on your screens to verify for the clerk that we've all supported. Our next item on the agenda now is item number 45, and this is with the County Executive Office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul Dursey, County Executive Office. I'm here with item number 45, and your board acting as the Board of Supervisors, and its companion item number 56, your board will be acting as the Board of Directors of the Public Finance Authority. We're here today to redo and extend our letter of credit with Scotiabank. Scotiabank has been our letter of credit provider since 1998. Our commercial paper program started in 1998 to provide short-term finance. It's a short-term financing mechanism that we use for long-term financing, bridge financing, and to finance smaller, shorter-lived assets such as equipment at the hospital and the CGIS payroll system. Anyway, we have the we talked to our underwriters. Our letter of credit was coming due in next January of 07 or 08. So we had our underwriters take a look and see what's out there as far as the rates that are available from the letter of credit banks. They've come down a little bit in the long run for the long term, and right now they're at we got a pretty good rate, 17 basis points for a 5-year term. Currently we're paying 15 basis points for a 2-year term. And when we did this 2 years ago, it was 31 basis points. Basis points are hundredths of a percent. So we're paying 17 for 5 years. We're locked in at a rate of 17 hundredths of a percent for this bank to provide our letter of credit. And we think it's a really good rate. And actually, we've had current conversations with our underwriters. Their underwriter, what they call their commercial paper desk in New York has told us that the rates are up between 5 and 15 basis points since the time that we locked in this rate at 17. So we think we're in pretty good shape. This has been reviewed by the the Financial Planning Committee, and they've approved it. And we're asking you to approve the resolution, which, in a nutshell, it approves the form of the amendment, amendment number 2 to the letter of credit. It approves the offering memorandum from Lehman Brothers, and it allows us to adjust minor adjustments in the interim.
Thank you. Thank you for the good work. Nice to see the good effort. We all win. Got a motion from Supervisor Long and a second from Supervisor Flynn. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the board will all please vote. We'll see that one passed also unanimously. The next item on our agenda is item number 47, because we've done 46 already, and Ms. Robinson and the county's internal self-control assessment program.
And this is a joint board letter with the auditor controller. The county's internal control self-assessment program was initiated about 3 years ago. This round was initiated this last June. All of our departments were provided with material to start a self-evaluation process about their internal controls. The purpose of the process that we are engaged in is to safeguard public assets, be sure that we're in compliance with laws and regulations, and that we have accurate financial data and reports, as well as improved efficiencies. So what you have today is the report to the moment. It identifies some of the future steps as well, and that we will be reporting back to your board quarterly.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this?
Yes.
Yes, Supervisor Bennett?
I'd like to ask that when you come back next quarter with this report, could you please list those departments that have not completed their self-evaluation and those that have, so that we have that information?
Yes, we can.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
But we anticipate them all having filled it
Yes,
out.
they've all but 2 have the first phase in, and the only reason for the 2 not having the first phase in was that because they had staffing changes and staffing difficulties, and they have a set date with agreement with the auditor controller about when they're going to be coming in too.
Okay, we have a motion to receive and file. Thank you. And a second? Thank you, Supervisor Flynn. And if everyone will please vote. That motion also passes unanimously. I think it does. Item 48. Item 48 is information technology services. Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston, good afternoon. Lori Carilla, Geographic Information Officer, and I'm representing the Office of the Assessor and IT Services Department for this item. The item before you is to seek your approval on a contract with Pictometry International Corporation in the amount of $158,000 for services associated with acquiring digital oblique imagery and viewing software. It's believed that this imagery and the viewing software will provide a substantial benefit and increase in productivity and quality of effort for the assessor's office. And this would be an adjunct to their traditional methods and field work. This belief is substantiated by several California counties who are using this oblique imagery, as well as counties outside of the state of California. And while the immediate use of this imagery and the viewing software will be for assessment purposes, there will be major benefits to the emergency planning, law enforcement, public works agency, and resource management agency, virtually any agency in this county. There is an additional benefit that the vendor will do a reflight or flyover of any state or federally declared disaster area. They will do that for free, and they'll do that within a very short time frame after such disaster occurs. So we have before and after imagery associated with disasters. Prior to usage of the imagery, we will define a county usage policy for this data so that there's some reasonable protection of the privacy of the properties that are going to be covered by this imagery. And I'm here to answer any questions that you may have about the contract or the services that we hope to acquire.
Do we have some questions?
Move the recommended action.
Okay, we do have a motion from Supervisor Bennett and a second from Supervisor Long. I have two questions on this. One is, I would imagine the reason we're doing this is because which involves actually doing flyovers and all, because that information isn't available from another source. Seems like there's so many different sources out there of aerial photography that we wouldn't need to actually do the flyovers.
One of the intents of this particular flyover is that this will be the first time that there will be a flight over Ventura County that coincides with the assessor's lien date. And so that's one of the purposes, is to have a picture of what properties look like very close to the lien date for assessment purposes. This is also the highest resolution imagery that we will have acquired in this county, and it does not exist currently for the county of Ventura. There will be 3-inch resolution in the incorporated areas, and in the southern half of the unincorporated county, there will be 8-inch resolution. Typically what we have been acquiring, and what you can see perhaps in Google, for example, is orthophotography, which is a straight down view. The imagery that we'll be acquiring with pictometry is a 45-degree oblique flown at about 1,500 feet above surface. So it will also have what they call 5-way views. So there'll be the 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west of any object, as well as the straight down imagery.
I know that they've also been having some experience with taking photos from the street level and catching people in places they may not want to have been. So I appreciate the fact that there's some understanding for privacy in this. But the other question that I have on this is regarding the fact that you're doing this in a timely manner to meet a certain date so that the assessor's office can get the biggest bang out of it. You know, we'll have the most up-to-date information. It's not going to be so up-to-date next year or in 3 years. So I'm just wondering if we're starting on a path where we want to go out and redo this every so often, and that's kind of an expensive proposition. It's not just a one-time only cost.
You are correct. It would be our hopes for the benefit of the entire county program that we would do a reflight every third year. So we would do a flight this year, not one next year, but the third year we would hope to do a reflight. The assessor is paying for this project. They're seeding the project, and we're hoping that within these 2 years that the other agencies will see the enormous benefit of having this very detailed information for planning purposes as well as response and recovery purposes, and that there will be funding sources to go along with that.
And the okay, the contract then involves both the taking the images as well as then being able to transfer it over to a digital form that can be used by the assessor's office. Is that a kind of
correct?
whole
It will
program?
be all of the data will be digital. In addition to obtaining the data and being able to use it in the software that we currently have, there is a specialized viewing software that is
And
more
you've
beneficial.
already, we have already approved arrangements so that we can share data. And I would just, again, that sounds great. We may be able to recoup some of our costs out of this, and also those people who may become members, or how we do it, we'll be able to get the updated information as we continue to update. And I think that's good, and as long as we're cognizant to, in case there are any, privacy issues. That would be the one concern that I would have. I don't know how you address those. I imagine in this new age we're in that we'll find that out as we go, but I don't know if we become liable at some point for providing some of that information. I don't know.
The highest resolution data that we'll be obtaining, the 3-inch, while it's detailed enough that you could discern the model of a car on the street, you would not be able to read a license plate. You would see people and the color of the clothing they're wearing. You would not be able to discern their facial features. So I think just by virtue of that, there's some privacy there that you would not be able to identify individuals.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Good information for me. Supervisor Long.
Yeah, thank you. Just to support the motion and move ahead with this, and to thank the assessor for agreeing to step in and be our first big brother. Thank you, Dan.
All right. If everyone would please vote. We do have the motion by Supervisor Bennett and second from Supervisor Long. And hearing and seeing no objection, that also passes. We'll now move on to our policy matters. The first policy matter we have is Supervisor Bennett.
Move the recommended action to appoint Raina O'Neill to the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board.
We have a motion and second for the appointment. Please vote. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 50. This is my request that the board appoint Karen Peters to the Ventura County Commission for Women. She's been attending the meetings and participating and assisting. So I think it would be great to have her be an actual voting member and all. So I'll make the motion.
Second.
Does it work when the chair makes motions? No, chair. Okay. Thank you. If everyone would please vote. And seeing no objections on that one has also passed. Item 51 now is Supervisor Foyce.
Thank you. I'll try to make this quick, but it is important. What we're asking here is sending a letter to the governor to take the Santa Susana site out in our district and ask that it be listed on a Superfund site. There's 1,240 properties on that site now, and this, those are listed because of the known hazards that have been found there through the EPA. This 2 times was looked at and did not qualify, but now it does qualify. So one of the things we're doing is hoping that the EPA then will take over some management of this, and we'll get this thing cleaned up as quickly as possible and be done with it, and then hopefully be able to turn it over to the citizens of this county and the state, and we can all enjoy it. So that's what I'd ask.
And I think you did provide the
Yes,
letter.
there should have been a copy of the letter
And you're
there.
suggesting both a letter to the governor and the EPA.
I'm saying the EPA too, yes.
Great to have it designated as a Superfund site.
Yes. Yes.
Push the button, make the motion, and have a second to that motion. Thank you, Supervisor Long, and she was able to also bring the Halico Superfund site to us too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Supervisor Foy, for bringing this forward. I think it's wonderful to have you pushing on this one also. And if everyone would please vote. Thank you. Supervisor Farrow, would you like to vote for your motion? No. Okay, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is item 52, and this is regarding our Public Works Agency and Mr. Britt.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. It's never pleasant to come before the board and say we messed up, but in this case, we let getting the work done get ahead of the bookkeeping, and we exceeded the correct contract value of the contract. There are reasons for it. We think that it's more important to do the work when the public safety and health is involved, but we ought to keep up with the paperwork and the bookkeeping also. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to tell you that we'll be back in January for another extension or additional authority to this same contract because we've had additional work that had to be accomplished in between when this was first drafted and yesterday. So if you have to chastise me, please do it now because I'll be back in January for the same thing.
Supervisor Long? Okay, I thought you were raising your hand. You were ready to go. And this is regarding the traffic signals. Is that correct?
Right. When people knock the signals down, or when we have unexpected repairs that we base our repairs on past history. We've just had more this year and more signals and more people hitting traffic signals and control.
I think it also includes the speed monitor signs that we've seen some vandalism.
Being violated and things of that nature.
Thank you. Supervisor Floyd?
Mr. Britt, when you just talked about somebody knocking down these signs or knocking down, do they pay for this?
We go after them, but we have to pay the contractor first under this contract. So that's where some of the, but we do go after to be reimbursed by either the individuals or their insurance companies. And sometimes we take them to court.
Do we get most of that if they're?
We work with risk management. I won't say we're 100%, but we tend to do pretty well.
Okay, good. That's good to hear.
And I see that we have a motion from Supervisor Flynn on this and a second from Supervisor Long. And if everyone would please vote. That motion passes. We'll see you in January, Mr. Britt. For your flogging. Okay. Our next item is item 53 with our stormwater permit and Mr. Pratt.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Johnson. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Watershed Protection District. The next two items on the board agenda are mine. And for the sake of time, I'll kind of present them together. There's only subtle differences in them. The first item is the unincorporated county stormwater program cost share, and the second item is your board wearing the hat as the board of supervisors for the district and participating in that same agreement. This is a proposed interim agreement for cost share for NPDES principal permittee expenses, and I'll explain that. In the permit, there are 12 of us, and we all are responsible for cleaning up water quality. One of us has to go out and monitor that and report on it and do enforcement. Those functions are called principal permittee functions, and they're essentially administrative in nature. The Watershed Protection District's been the lucky principal permittee for the last 2 terms. We're currently negotiating a 3rd term permit, and it looks like the Watershed Protection District may be the principal permittee on that. But that's not for certain yet. The principal permittee has its own extraordinary costs above and beyond the costs that are associated with complying with water quality requirements by the regional board. In the early years of the permit, the first term, 1994 and 2001, those costs were not very significant relative to today's. They were in the $500,000 to $600,000 range. Now they're $1.4 million. What does that mean? That means that every penny of benefit assessment that comes to the Watershed Protection District for the purposes of complying with water quality standards now goes to pay for administrative costs that benefit all of the co-permittees. The district has said that has to stop. They've negotiated an interim agreement with the cities. that would have the everybody sharing in these costs. That's presented for your consideration today. The reason the agreement is interim is that we're in the third term permit negotiations, and nobody knows what principal permittee responsibilities are going to be until that permit is signed. We expect that to be signed in June. So the permit before, or the agreement before you, is retroactive to July and is intended to run until June. And if we have a permit by then, we'll probably be bringing you a new agreement. If we don't, we'll probably ask you to extend this one until we do, and we can flush those out. What that means to the unincorporated county, the first item, is that now they will be paying about $127,000 a year to pay for administrative costs of complying with the regional board's requirements. It also means that the district's going to be getting about recovering about $589,000 for use in just doing its own water quality work, not to spend on administration. This will be acquired from the 10 cities and the unincorporated county. So with that, my request is that you approve the recommendations as presented in items number 53 as the Board of Supervisors for the county, and the recommendations presented to you in item number 54 as the Board of Supervisors for the district, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
My question that I have is, it sounds like whoever the principal permittee is stands to end up paying more for the cost of the service than the other permittees.
That's been true in the past, and that's a vestige of the way Prop 218 hit and some staff decisions that were made in the mid to late 90s that now have resulted in us spending all of our money. So we hope that that's not true in the future, that those administrative costs will be borne equally in fair share by all. And the way it's broken down is the more impervious surface you have, i.e. water quality impact you have, the more you pay for those administrative, and everybody, all pieces together add up to 100% of the cost.
But this particular one, this agreement, we've decided to take a one-time only cost, is that right, in addition to the issue of the impermeable surface?
That's right. It's for 1 year only because we're not sure what the principal permittee responsibilities are going to be in the future. So right now we know the principal permittee cost, the budget's $1.4 million, and we know how to split that up. But in the future, we won't know until the new permit is signed.
Is this a companion item to the one that was in the consent agenda?
The Prop 50 stuff?
Right.
No.
Okay.
This is independent.
And my only concern here is that it's costing us more than everybody else who's come to the table, and you know, that gives me concern. On the other hand, I do laud the fact that everyone came to the table, that this agreement was able to be made, and we're all working on it together, and they're willing to do some cost sharing. It's just not enough in my mind because we're ending up paying more than we should for doing something that needs to be done for all. Any other comments, questions? Do we have a motion? Thank you, Supervisor Long. Second from Supervisor Bennett. Would everyone please vote? Thank you. And we have another person. Well, okay. So this would be the next item, or okay. Supervisor Flynn. Okay. Now we have all voted to approve that amendment. And that passes.
The next 54.
And since 54 is identical, except for includes another district, we have a second from Supervisor. I'm sorry, Supervisor Foy made the motion, I see. And then I need someone to make a second.
Actually, the vote for 54 I'm showing is Benedict by law.
Thing is showing us 53 up on the screen right now.
Okay.
Can you take us to screen item 54?
That's true. We are on 53, which looks a lot like 54, but it's actually a different item.
We need to be at 54 right now.
The vote on 54 was that?
It was for a second. No?
So let's.
My vote is marked as yes.
It says 4 by...
Now we can vote, now that we have a motion and a second. And look, it shows everybody having voted. Is that an accurate portrayal? Have we all unanimously approved it? Yes, we have. Does that work for you?
Jeff, is this resolving that issue that we sat down and trying to get all the cities and everybody together? Is this
for 1
It
year.
is, it's a step in the right direction, that's it.
Until, this only works until, what'd you say, July?
July.
Okay, then we're all back at the, hopefully with another agreement that shares them without us taking the brunt.
That would be the hope. And the executive officer and the city managers are all sitting down on almost a biweekly basis now, so this is an issue that continues to be discussed.
Okay, we'll go ahead and then move on to, we have voted unanimously to approve
Thank you very
54.
much.
While we're working on the technology, let's move our board forward to the next item on this agenda, which is 55. And this is with our Resource Management Agency. Hello.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Johnston. I'm Nancy Settle with the Ventura County Planning Division. And this item 55 before you today is for ratification and authorization to enter into an agreement for services with the Ventura County Transportation Commission, which handles the contract for SCAG grants and money for this year of 708, and in particular to authorize auditor controller to make those accounting transactions and to waive your board's full cost recovery policy. What this is it's 2 project proposals, $41,000, $10,000 of which is to finish up a year 2040 population forecast for the county of Ventura, which we've been working on that with our 10 cities, and we'll be bringing that back to your board for your review and approval probably January, February, and then after that it will go to VCOG, and they will review it and forward that information down to SCAG. And this information gets used on continual updates to the regional transportation plan. So this time we had the opportunity to actually coordinate our input with our 10 cities rather than just kind of accept and go back and forth with what SCAG gives us. The other project that staff will be involved in is a biological resources analysis and land use recommendations. Your board might recall that we have a burgeoning amount of information on GIS with the biological resources in the county, including things like oak woodlands, riparian habitat areas, and coastal sage scrub, and various biological reports. What this will do is pull together a mosaic of information. We'll be working with Brent School on this and a number of their graduate students, and they'll be taking a look at this information and looking at where there's gaps that need to be filled, and then also taking a look at some of the land use recommendations and land use scenarios that could be coming from this type of picture that we'll, for the first time, be getting a look at, and actually getting some experts to help us out with this. And then we'll also be bringing that back for review once we get to hear what they have to tell us on the recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Supervisor Long?
Just, I put a motion on the floor already on this, and just to thank you, as always, for bringing it forward. You're very passionate. You've done such a great job with
thank you.
all of this interaction with these agencies that have multiple heads.
They do.
aren't always easy to, but
That's
thank
right.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Long.
Thank you. And then it's very exciting to get more money for the biodiversity, biological resource study, and I hope that we'll have a map overlay coming soon.
We're getting closer with each ongoing grant. It kind of keeps piecing together, and hopefully we can bring a bigger, better picture.
Do you have an idea about how far along we are and how much longer or money is needed to finish that project?
Well, let me tell you that I actually spoke with Dr. Frank Davis yesterday, and that's exactly what they will do, because we have different levels of specific information. It's on all different scales and ranges of all the multiple studies we've done. So he will take a stab at just answering that question, because some data we have on biological resources is very good and pretty definitive, and then others of it is just, so it's not, we'll have this mosaic of a map, and then he will advise us what's missing, or can they actually, because we'll have a panel of experts, is there something that you can conclude given the information we have? And if there is, that's where we'll be working on bringing that to. So it's kind of hard at this point to tell you exactly what extra pieces we may need to fill in and what the cost of that might be. Because everybody agrees we only want to come forward with recommendations on very solid ground, so to speak, as far as the data is
Right, I
everything on
respect
there.
that, and looking forward to seeing a map that we can start utilizing.
Good. That's what that's what we're shooting for on this one.
Good.
School involved.
It is.
Yes, it is. It is good to have them.
So I see we have a motion from Supervisor Long, a second from Supervisor Foy, and an opportunity for all of us to vote. So if you'll please vote, and that does pass to ratify the authorization for the director to do that.
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 56. This is our last regular agenda item. This is the Finance Authority and Mr.
That's
Dorsey.
correct. True to my word, I am back with the Public Finance Authority approval of the letter of credit extension.
Thank
If there's
you.
any question, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
We have a motion from Supervisor Long, second from Supervisor Flynn. Thank you, Supervisor Flynn. And with that, we all have the opportunity to vote. And we vote unanimously. And pardon me? That's item 56. Is someone...
Surprise?
Supervisor Flynn, was it intentional for you to abstain? Or did vote no? This is on Mr. Dursey's item regarding the Finance Authority amendment. Okay. Thank you. And then it is a unanimous vote of approval. Glad you didn't have to run down the stairs this time. The next item on our agenda are items 57, 58, and 59. We call them the correspondence agenda, and we can vote for them all at once. No, oh, because we have this new technology. We'll have a motion and a second on item 57. Please vote. Thank you. And that item passes.
Motion.
We have another motion from Supervisor Foy, second by Supervisor Long on item 58. I can't wait to participate in that. We all have an option to vote, and hopefully everyone will use that option and vote accordingly. Everyone voted? Now, our last consent correspondence agenda item, which we are supposed to be able to vote in one swift move. We've got Peter Foy won, and he was the motion maker. Supervisor Bennett, a close second. Seeing no objections, everyone voted.
Madam Chair.
And we are again unanimous. Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Supervisor
I have to
Long.
make an announcement.
Faster clicker.
I failed to make under board comments. I will be out of the county for a few days for the holiday, just to let you know.
Out of the state too?
And the state, too.
That's wonderful. We have to report when we're out of the state, but I don't think when we're out of the county. With that, we are going back into closed session. All I can say is it's possible we'll have an announcement, nothing guaranteed. And with that, we will stand after our closed session and after, if there is an announcement, adjourned to our January meeting of 2008. Hooray. I can't wait. You are. We're coming back on December 18th, 2007 to our Board of Supervisors meeting, and we are going to adjourn the meeting today, and it's about 6:15, and we're going to have a continued closed session item tomorrow, which is Wednesday, December 19th, here at the Government Center at 3:30 p.m. So at this point, we stand adjourned, and we'll see each other tomorrow at 3:30 for a closed session on the continued item on the CEO appointment.
Madam Chair, just to make certain that there's 100% Brown Act compliance, it is this meeting that is being adjourned until tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. for continued consideration of item 37.
Thank you. And with that, we're adjourned till tomorrow.